Signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, the committee of the whole is adjourned.
Meg.
Hi.
Yeah, last time.
Meg, do you want these back or? Okay.
Chris, was there something you wanted to pull from consent? Yes. Okay. Just remind, if I don't look over, just remind me after it gets.
John, no. How are you? I know. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. I was gonna.
Okay, I see how it is.
Of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board for March 27th. Secretary Ringgold, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Cogill.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner Vita.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Hassan.
Here.
President Bourne.
Here. We have a quorum. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Commissioner Musich?
President Bourne, we got an email this afternoon that an item was being added to the agenda, and I have not had a chance to look through the paper copy before me. Does this paper copy include that new item?
Secretary Ringgold?
I'm sorry, it does. So,
Yes, it does. 9.1.
thank you very much, Secretary Ringgold. So, we were noticed today that an item under unfinished business, item 9.1, resolution 2019-158, would be added to the agenda. And I really feel we ought to delay having this item on our agenda until we can have proper notification to the public that this is being considered, particularly considering how important this issue is in the community.
Commissioner Musich, you said item 9.1.
9.1, the board resolution adopting a slate of members nominated by the president to the Park Police Advisory Council.
This is not on my paper. Let me go back to the electronic agenda. I know which item that you're talking about. I still have an old paper agenda, but we might have it right
It's on page 4 on the copy I have.
Do you have a, and can you, I'm sorry, do you have a motion?
I would move that this item be removed from the agenda and instead added to the April, I don't know, whatever the meeting date is. April 3rd, thank you very much. April 3rd agenda.
There is a motion and a second to move resolution 2019-158 from this agenda and tentatively move it to April 3rd. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the agenda? Seeing,
I also wanted to do the same
Okay.
thing, so.
seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment for the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. The motion to amend the agenda fails. Is there any discussion on, all right, is there any further discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. There are no minutes for approval. Reports of officers, Superintendent Bangor.
Thank you, President, Board, Commissioners. I'm going to go through a couple of things here. The first I would like to talk about is human resources. On March 12th, 2009, the NPRB Wellness Committee hosted a Spring into Wellness event. The kickoff introduced and reintroduced the NPRB Wellness Initiative. Nice Ride. NPRB pays the 2019 for employees' annual membership of unlimited use of the Nice Ride bikes. NPRB supplements the Metro Transit monthly membership for unlimited use of mass transit, Metro buses, light rail, and the North Star train. Free yoga classes are offered every Tuesday and Wednesday to all employees. NPRB is offering a supplement to supplement the cost of the 2 CSAs, Community Shared Agriculture, Vegetable Box, and Local Farmers. And NPRB is supporting smoking cessation seminars, curriculum sponsored by North Point Health. So wonderful work behind that. The Deputy's Office is working with the City Audit Department to launch a system-wide risk assessment process. It will begin with a pilot in 2 departments and will consider many categories of risk from financial to strategic mission. Work is underway to launch the 2019 Racial Equity Internal Influencer Cohort. This cohort will comprise of another 70 staff that will receive in-depth racial training of the course, for the course of the year. IT is wrapping up evaluations and quotes for online collaboration and conferencing solutions and hopes to offer a solution to staff in the coming weeks. Let's see here. In the Perkins Hill Park event, an event titled A Design Workshop for the Perkins Hill Park Bicycle Training and Pump Track will be held on April 13th. The event starts from 9 to 12 noon at Ventura North Bikes and Coffee on 1830 Glenwood Avenue. It is open to all ages and bikes, skates, and scooter levels. The event is also open to folks interested in learning more about the event. North Commons Legacy Project. So the project is now all but complete, so we can officially call it a success. The unveil will be on Tuesday, April 2nd from 10 to 1 o'clock p.m. The work was completed by contractors chosen from the target market program list. We are especially grateful for the efforts of Lester and Roderick from Tri Construction, a North Minneapolis business with its office a block away. They were instrumental in keeping the subcontractors on schedule and offering the high quality project was delivered on time and on budget. They donated their time and expertise. And I'd also finally like to thank NPRB staff who contributed in so many ways, including Yvette, who was instrumental to the success of the project. She was a liaison with the community and provided guidance and insight throughout the project, all outside her day-to-day duties. Adam Lares, who provided guidance and expertise for the entire duration of the project. He also wrangled the 80 volunteers from Target who showed up on site the opening day. Thank you, Target. He directed them in unpacking, cleaning, and organizing the rec center. They hauled away an entire 20-yard dumpster of trash plus another room full of items that were donated or recycled. Operations, the trade staff, carpenters, electricians, painters, all stepped up to make the project even better than imagined, including painting the ceilings. That was not on budget, that was not in the budget. However, it was done. Thank you to our carpenters, our painters. And carpenters also helped remove old backboards and providing backing for the new installation, also not in the budget. So thank you very much for their work. And then lastly, Eric Pruis helped to coordinate, and would like to recognize everyone who pitched in and that could help. So thank you very much for that wonderful work. And again, that's going to be Tuesday, April 2nd from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock p.m. Youth sports, thanks to funding from the Minnesota Twins. Every youth softball and baseball coach is receiving a PCA, or a Positive Coaches Alliance training. New this year is training for players and all parents. All participants receive tickets to the Minnesota Twins games. And again, thank you, Twins, for their continued support, and we really appreciate that. Volunteers, we are recruiting volunteer coaches for upcoming spring, summer sports, baseball, softball, and track and field. And yes, it's spring, and we're excited about that to get past the cold. So we're grateful to see this coming. And thank you to our volunteers. Recreation centers and programs. North Commons, starting new swimming program at North Commons. Ages, 2 groups, 5 to 10 and 11 to 17, 10 in each group for a total of 20. The preview dates are Wednesday and Thursday of April 3rd and 4th. Partnership with the DAC Lifestyles and pool location at the YMCA. Fairview Park, Night Owls special outing. Unique opportunity to escort the Timberwolves out of the tunnel at Target Center. That's pretty cool. March 29th, 6 p.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. And 26 teens will be there from Farview. So that's really exciting to hear. And I believe that is everything that I have to share. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent. Do folks have any questions for the Superintendent? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. I would entertain a resolution for motions 2019-142 through 2019-150. Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
I'll move resolutions 2019-142. I'd like to pull 2 though, so I'll move resolution 2019-142 through resolution 2019-150 while pulling resolution 2019-143 and resolution 2019-147.
The entire slate has been moved. If there is a second, then we'll pull individuals. So the entire slate has been moved. Is there a second? Is there a second? Second. The entire slate has been moved and seconded. I've had a request from Commissioner Cogill to pull 2019-143 and 147 for discussion. Are there any other items that commissioners would like pulled? Are there any other items that commissioners would like pulled? All those in favor of 2019-140, is there any discussion on the agenda items not including 143 and 147? Is there any discussion on the remainder of the agenda items? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-142 through 2019-150 with the exception of 143 and 147, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions. Those motions carry. 2019-143 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, Commissioner Cogill?
Thank you, President Bourne. I'm excited about this agreement with to expand our tree removal and stump grinding, and my understanding is it's in North Minneapolis. I'm wondering if Assistant Superintendent Barrett could answer just a couple questions for me about this. The first being, do we have an estimate of how many more trees will be, or how many trees are actually being affected by this agreement? Like how many stumps we're grinding, and isn't that in addition to what we're planning to overall grind this year?
President Board and Commissioner Kogel, I'm going to actually ask Ralph Sievert, the Director of Forestry,
Fantastic.
to talk about the numbers and how the budget breaks down.
Fantastic, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. The amount of money that's in there for tree removal is what we use for the contracted removal of trees on private property. So this is for when we're condemning elm trees or we're condemning infested ash trees. Those are the two primary reasons. And we build in sort of a worst-case scenario. So the amount of money that's there, it doesn't mean it's necessarily going to get used. It's in case there's a really bad number of trees we end up having to condemn. Recently, we've been condemning maybe under 500 elm trees on private property a year. And then of those, not even all of those are contractually removed by our contractors. So a lot of them are removed by the individual homeowner that just does it themselves. The number of private ash trees are going up, mainly because we're seeing more incidents of emerald ash borer out there. So we're not exactly sure how many we're going to be condemning this year. It just sort of depends on how we find it. I think right now we're already at about 700 trees, private ash trees right now. Okay. But we kind of take a break here for planting trees, and then we go back to looking for those throughout the summertime.
Okay, and is it so as an estimated amount, do you feel like generally we're on track to exhaust that entire sum in this?
No, it won't be exhausted. It's more in there just in case. And then even then, this is one of those situations where the costs that are incurred are eventually recouped through the assessment to property taxes. So it's there's kind of a cycle there in terms of getting the money back. Stump money, though, is different. I mean, that is used to do the contractual grinding of boulevard stumps. So the amount of money right now, I think that's budgeted is just under $500,000 for the entire year. So we average about $145 a stump in terms of the ones we're grinding. So I'd have to kind of figure out what that calculation is in terms of what we're going to get removed. But then just today we were out grinding stumps with the new stump grinder we've acquired, which is separate from this, because that means we're looking at doing all the stumps in parks without having to contractually grind those with a contractor. Because the stumps in parks are more of a shallow grind, and it's just a matter of getting it underneath the level of the lawnmowers. The ones on boulevards, it's taking the chips away and putting new soil back in. So it's much more of a intensive service that the residents get in terms of those private stumps or public stumps on their boulevard.
Fantastic. I don't think I have any other questions. I appreciate the rundown.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kogel. Are there any other questions on 2019-143? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-143 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. 2019-147 was pulled for discussion as well. Commissioner Kogel, you pulled that item for discussion?
Maybe I'll defer to Commissioner Meyer if he has additional questions.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yeah, I was also going to pull this item. I feel, in general, I would like to see large financial items for vehicle purchases to go through committee in the future, because I think there's enough interest among commissioners to really see as much efficiency as possible. So I'd like to take a closer look at these items. For this one in particular, which approves a number of lawnmowers, I would really like to see us move toward electric. I know in the staff report they said that they didn't feel that the batteries would last long enough on existing electric lawnmowers, and I just really want to get into that subject and really understand what the limitations are. So I'd like to pull this and defer it to committee to have that further discussion.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a motion to defer 2019-147 to the Committee on Operations and Environment, Commissioner Meyer?
Yes.
There's a motion to defer the item to committee. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's been a motion and a second to defer 2019-142 to committee. Is there a discussion on the motion to defer? Commissioner Colgill?
I have just a question for staff, whether or not, what impact this deferral would have on timing for important maintenance activities, if any? Or if it would just mean we'd be using our old equipment longer.
Assistant Superintendent Barrett?
So President Bourne, Commissioner Kogal, this is golf equipment, and so I would assume, and I know Dale's in the audience too, he might be more familiar and could help, but with the golf season approaching, this equipment would be coming online at the start of the golf season. So there is that. Lisa or Dale, would you add
It
to
already
that at all?
started.
Commissioner Bourne, or President Bourne and Commissioner Meyer, I guess I question, we can make anything work. If your intent is to put this on committee next week or 2 weeks from now, and then to the real board 2 weeks after that, it does infringe on being ready for golf.
The meeting's next week.
Okay, so the committee meeting would be next week, and then the following board meeting, it would go to full board. So it's a matter of using old equipment and repairing it. And if we need to do that, it's not preferred, but.
Thank you. Deputy Superintendent Ringgold.
I think it would be important to note that if this needs to be completely rebid, that there might be a much different timeline on it, and I don't know if you wanted to share that.
President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, the reel mowers, there is one commercial reel mower that is electric, and its runtime is 95 minutes, and it is not on our state bid. So we would have to do for the only mower that is electric for these purposes would need to be bid out again. So you're right. Thank you, Jennifer. That would take a substantial amount of time, and staff we'd need to work with golf about the 95-minute battery life.
You, Commissioner Forney, followed by Commissioner Musich.
I would like to carry through with the motion because I do feel that staff is relying on that. And if we can suggest that in the future, it could be before committee, I think might achieve the same thing that you're trying to get at.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. I appreciate the desire to see a larger fleet of electric and other alternative fuel vehicles within the system. With my knowledge of what's available currently, I don't know how practical it is in many regards for us to delay this to try to find an alternative at this time. I'd be happy to add to our list of things that we're exploring in operations and environment, a study report item on what is out there and the limitations that we're finding prevent staff from coming forward with bids on those items, if that's of interest to the board as a whole. But I do believe we should proceed with approving this purchase this evening. So I'm seeing nodding heads. So Jeremy, if we could add that to the list of topics we'd like to cover, just so we're all informed as to the status of those opportunities, that would be lovely.
President Board and Commissioner Meyer, also offline or here, I can go through all of the steps we use to examine those alternatives to get us to this point. I know there may not be faith in that, but we did. So short term, I can do that. We do it every purchase. And secondly, obviously, we will live with whatever the board, desires for us. The other two, there is no electric version, and we don't have the infrastructure for plugging in. But I'd be happy to go through all of those steps that we go through, and that way, maybe there'd be a little bit more comfort level in that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beck. Is there any further discussion? I'll just add briefly, I will also be voting against deferring to committee on this item, and would encourage other commissioners to do the same. I do, on some of the, I think these are very good budget directions, and I think we can work offline on, on some of our desires around our fleet pieces. But I am worried about the impact to operations by the time we already have something on the floor. But I do appreciate the sentiment of wanting to do the best we can and look at these as closely as possible. There is quite a large, there are quite a number of large expenditures on the consent agenda, and I appreciate the sentiment of moving some of those through committee to have some broader discussion. But I think we also should give staff a runway on that too. So seeing no further discussion, all of those in favor of deferring item 147 to the Committee on Operations and Environment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
No. Abstentions. The motion to defer fails. Is there any other discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-147, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. That is,
On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2019-116, a resolution approving the community engagement policy.
2019-116 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-116? Is there any discussion on 2019-116? Commissioner Forney?
Yes, when does this policy, at our vote, does that take, is it in effect immediately?
Christensen?
President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, the policy will go into effect within 30 days of this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on 2019-116? Seeing none, all of those in favor of 2019-116, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries.
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-135, a resolution approving the east of the River Park Master Plan as amended in committee to include Amendment A1, 3B, and 4C to keep all routes on the GRML plan and to not have a preferred route.
2019-135 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Commissioner Meyer?
Thank you. I'd like to propose two amendments. The first one is Amendment 2A to add a dog park back with stormwater treatment facilities at Audubon Park. I had a community meeting about this. There was quite substantial interest in having a dog park at this location.
Commissioner Meyer, can you state the amendments and then we'll go into
Sure.
discussion on it?
Yep. And then the second one is a revision to 4C. So that's the one that I moved last meeting, and this is the language that staff recommended. The proposed route in the NPRB approved master plan for the Grand Round Missing Link should remain flexible. NPRB will continue to explore all options for implementation of proposed GRML routes. The GRML master plan submission by NPRB to the Met Council will show the community preferred alternative as the route that will be represented as the GRML route in the regional park plan.
There's been a motion to amend 2019-135 to include recommendation 2A and an amendment in language to 4C. Is there a second to that slate of amendments?
Second.
That slate of amendments have been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing Commissioner Meyer.
So for the dog park amendment, there was a lot of support for a dog park. I did talk with staff about adding stormwater features to the dog park, and I've been convinced that they will be compatible and that we can address the stormwater issues while having a dog park there. So I'd ask other commissioners to support that amendment. In regard to the second one, the previous amendment that we passed at the last meeting said no preferred route for the grand rounds between University Avenue and Hennepin Avenue. That will, with this revision, remain the case for the park board plans, but the Met Council came back to us and said that we had to submit one preferred route for their plans, and we need to move forward with that so that we can unlock the trail funds that are available for the parks that we already know that we want to move forward with. This revision will submit the red route, which was the community preferred route, to the Met Council. My apprehension about that route was primarily about the expense, because it involves acquiring a lot of land of approximately a dozen different properties along that route. Those properties are assessed at a little over $20 million, according to Hennepin County right now. We wouldn't need to acquire all of it, so it'd be some proportion of that we would need to acquire. But my apprehension is that that could lead us to a lot of different Graco situations, where we said the land was worth $300,000, paid $600,000, and then Graco came back and said it was worth $6 million, right? So there's a lot more work that needs to go into these. Like, the next step with this will be to approach the property owners and see what their level of interest is. But basically, what I'm doing with this is submitting the red route to the Met Council as the one that we would go with. It's basically the one that, if we had all the money that we needed, that would be the ideal one. But my goal is to have this missing link fixed in my lifetime, which I think is a pretty ambitious goal, as it is. Like, if we were to go at the pace we've been going on, we wouldn't meet it. So, we're going to have to take a closer look at that. I want to go on the record saying that, while we are submitting the red route to the Met Council, there's a very good chance that we might take another look after we've done more careful planning on it and go with one of the other routes.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Is there any further discussion on the amendments? Seeing none, all those in favor of amending Resolution 2019-135, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. The main motion is amended. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-135 as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. The motion carries. The time is 5:29. I'm going to just go over some open time guidelines before we go into our public comment portion of the evening. Every park board meeting at 5:30, we take public comment on virtually any topic. So we welcome folks to come in, and this is our time to listen to you and to get any issues that you want brought to our attention before the board. We have a couple of guidelines for open time that I'll go over very briefly. Any individual wishing to speak can do so before 3 p.m. the day of the meeting and be placed on the agenda, or they can sign up at the board meeting anytime prior to the start of open time. And I think there is a sheet. If you're here to speak and you haven't had a chance to sign up, you can flag down either Don Summers or Secretary Jennifer Ringgold while I'm going through this. Open time shall not exceed 15 minutes, with up to 3 minutes allowed for testimony to be allowed to the president. Just a couple of things that I just ask folks to be aware of. There are only two items that are not allowed that we don't hear for discussion during open time, and those are anything that's any pending litigation issues or personnel issues. So if you'd like to give the feedback to the board on any issues related to those, the best way to do that is to contact commissioners or the superintendent directly. All of our contact information is on our website at minneapolisparks.org. The park board, we hear public testimony without debate, and we also Keep in mind that the park board does not tolerate any harassing or discriminatory language towards any of our guests or anyone at our park. So we ask you to keep that in mind during public testimony. I have 11 people signed up to speak. I am going to allocate 2 minutes per speaker. My first speaker that I have on the list is Colleen O'Connor. Colleen, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council President Bourne. My name is Colleen O'Connor Toberman. I live at 2316 St. Anthony Parkway, and I'm here today to speak about the land sale that's proposed at St. Anthony Parkway and Central Avenue. I oppose this land sale. Before the current owners bought the building in question at 3140 Central, I also looked at buying it on behalf of the Northeast Investment Co-op. At that time, which was October 2015, I was very clearly told that expanding the parking lot at that building was not an option because the park board would never consider selling their land. So if my group was clearly told that land sale was not an option, I'm really confused about why the park board is considering it now. This isn't about who owns or uses the building. It's about protecting public land over the interests of a small group of private building users. The park board should not establish a precedent of selling off prime parcels of the grand rounds for private development, especially not just to add a handful of parking spots to a private building. When the MOU agreement is brought to a vote, I urge the park board to vote it down and hold firm to your principle that the park is for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. The next speaker I have is Kasim Basuri. Kasim, are you here this evening? Our speaker after that is Casey Metcalf. Is Casey Metcalf here this evening? Casey, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Casey Metcalf. I'm a teacher at Sanford Middle School, and I yield my time to my students. Hi. My students today with me are Toby Eichten, Eliana Jurgenmeyer, Eleanor, Tracy, Hale, Browning, and then Alexander Justin. And they're here to talk to you about Sibley Park. And I will start with Eleanor. The first part, we have somebody who's running late right now, who's stuck in traffic, so I'm just going to do her part. It says, we are from Sanford Middle School and Minneapolis Public Schools, and we came here to talk about something that we think is very important. We believe that Henry Sibley is not an appropriate namesake for a public park.
The park board should vote to change the name and to a more respectful name that honors the Dakota people and the values of our community. In class, we were learning about Henry Sibley, watching a video about him. We asked if Sibley harmed so many people, why was it named after the park? Our teacher told us, why don't you ask the park board meeting? So we wanted to come ask you today to consider changing the name of this public park.
Henry Sibley, along with Alexander Ramsey, cheated many Dakota people by being one of the signers of the Treaty of 1851, Traverse des Sioux. The Treaty of Traverse des Sioux between Dakota and U.S. government officials, fur traders, and missionaries were supposed to create a system of annual payments for the Dakota.
Instead, Sibley and government officials cheated the Dakota by tricking them into signing an agreement stating that annual payments to the Dakota for their land would go to fur trade debts, which led to the Dakota receiving very little amounts of money as agreed upon, and most of their land given to the U.S. government.
At the end of the Dakota War, Henry Sibley wanted to sentence 303 Dakota to death. President Lincoln stepped and lowered the number to 238, but this was still the largest execution in American history.
The remaining Dakota were forced to a concentration camp at Fort Snelling. After a terrible winter, 130 died. In the spring, the remaining 1,300 Dakota were forced out of the state of Minnesota to a reservation on Crow Creek in South Dakota.
While we can't change history, we can learn from our mistakes and make the future better. Henry Sibley was a man that killed innocent people, separated families, and abused many others. We cannot name a public park after someone like Henry Sibley. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your time. My next speaker I have is Alan Campbell. Alan, are you here this evening? Alan, if you would come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Good evening, President Board, Commissioners. My name is Alan Campbell. I live at 3220 West Calhoun Parkway.
Thanks, Alan.
And I'm chair of the West Calhoun Neighborhood Council. Our council is currently working on a survey of residents to determine their wishes with regard to the neighborhood's name, whether to change it to West McCoska, to West Lake after the light rail station plan for the neighborhood, or to leave it at West Calhoun. Although some board members would like to see a neighborhood name change from West Calhoun, we decided that it is our role as elected neighborhood representatives to seek out the opinion of our residents before taking action. We ask that the Park Board similarly adopt procedures that ensure that residents are consulted before street names are changed. We note that the ordinance changes proposed by Resolution 2019-153 do not make such a requirement. Allowing residents to travel to Park Board headquarters and comment on proposed ordinance changes is not sufficient to ensure public input. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Our next speaker is Ed Bell. Ed, are you here this evening? Ed, if you would come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Good afternoon. I have a sheet for distribution. My name is Ed Bell. I live at 3718 West Calhoun Parkway, and I'm here to speak on the resolution 2019-153. My concern is the impact of if the amendment is really to change the name of the streets. I'm concerned about the allied costs that are distributed to the residents adjoining the property. Those are some, they're probably not all. And what I'm concerned about, when do we stop in terms of political correctness? And I understand, I think it's a learning experience, and I think there's other tools that we can use in our current environment to reshape the injustices that have been over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. My next speaker is Carolyn Bell. Carolyn, if you would come forward, and if you're comfortable, state your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Good evening, afternoon. My name is Carolyn Light Bell. I too live at 3718 West Calhoun Parkway. I've lived in Minneapolis 3/4 of a century. And I've lived on Harriet, Cedar, Isles, and now Calhoun Parkway. I mention this because I am a committed Minneapolis resident. We cannot change history. We can't fix it. We can't erase it by changing names. We can learn from it, as one of the young ladies from Sanford Middle School mentioned. In order to learn from it, we must keep it intact in the sense that we can use it for educating. I have been a lifetime educator and have spent many years teaching children from the Minneapolis area. Do you know anyone who is worthy and will be worthy and perfect enough, like the kind of intense scrutiny that we are giving so many names right now, who will be that perfect, time immemorial, in years to come? There is absolutely no end to the kinds of changes we would have to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. My next speaker is Councilmember Busuri from the City of St. Paul. Councilmember Busuri, are you here? Councilmember, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Okay. My name is Councilmember Kasim Busuri. My address is 861 Geranium Avenue East, St. Paul, Minnesota. The reason why I'm here is to support Salam Cultural Center, their purchase of property owned by the park. The reason why I'm supporting it is we were in the same situation as a mosque in St. Paul without a parking. We partnered up with the city to help purchase a land next to the Oromo Community Center, which was behind the mosque, to expand the parking space when the light rail came in. In this situation, the mosque itself, the Salam Culture Center, is not just a mosque. It serves a community. As a community center, it serves as a way of families finding jobs, opportunities for employment. They do many things, and not just as a religious entity. And for them to expand on the parcel next to them, to use that as a parking space, it's only fair, and it also helps the community grow, and it shows the city, the park's willingness to help this community grow, and we continue to grow in Minneapolis and St. Paul and so on. So with St. Paul, not only did the city council give the land to the Oromo Community Center to build the parking lot, they also added $40,000 to help them with making that possibility and making that parking lot happen for the community. Not only does the Oromo Community Center benefit from the parking lot, but the other businesses surrounding that area also is able to use that parking lot, and residents and neighbors don't have to suffer of people using their parking space. And it adds value to the neighborhood as well. Thank you for the time and the opportunity. Sorry I'm late. We just got done with our meeting in St. Paul, so thank you again.
Thank you, council member, and thank you for coming all the way down. Yep. Thank you. My next speaker is Al Flowers. Mr. Flowers, if you would state your name and, if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Bourne, and Park Board members. I just wanted to come and speak on, as I'm always thinking about our kids in the summer, first, thanks for your Street Reach team that's been trying to connect with a lot of community members to make sure that we are on the same page. And I hope the park is making sure that we have a lot of opportunities, whether it's with employment opportunities, with teamwork, and whatever you got going for the kids, so we can get it out and communicate it. And I also would like to invite the board members to come on the radio as we are preparing for Juneteenth, and thanking Corky Wiseman. I know he's going to be out for a little bit here, but he left us in good shape to push Juneteenth on, and we might can use a few more dollars, Superintendent Van Gore, but that's not what I came for. And I also want to say about those little kids that just left, that couldn't have been more powerful, and I thank them as we talking about Juneteenth and educating our community about what's going on with Juneteenth, educating our kids, to see them come up here and speak about this and say about the separation of families and things like that. And the greatest tragedy in American history is what's happened to African American descendant of the slave, that it still haven't been rectified. But I just love what they're doing there. And then once again, offer you the opportunity, and I will get somebody to send an email to see if I can get the commissioners to come on and talk about why Juneteenth would be great, why it is great, and why we should be supporting it. And thanks to Park again for working with the community on Juneteenth. And that's what I said in my time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. My next speaker is Jake Verdon. Jake, if you would come forward, and if you're comfortable, state your address for the public record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jake Verdon. I live at 2401 Chicago Avenue South. Greetings, commissioners. Happy spring. I just wanted to, I'm an organizer with the Parks and Power campaign, and just salute those young people, those students, and voice our full support for the effort to change the name at Sibley Park. Definitely somebody not worthy of a public park, doesn't represent our values, and I could think of tons of people better to lift up and honor. So salute to those young people, and really hope that you listen to them and get proactive about putting people that we're proud of on these public spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verdon. My next speaker is Alizar Gadamo. Alizar, are you here this evening? My next speaker is Toby Eichten. Toby, are you here this evening? Eleanor Tracy. Eleanor, are you here this evening? Alizar? Toby, Eleanor? Are there?
All the kids.
It's all, oh, those are all the kids that, yep. Good catch. Those are all of my speakers that I have for open time. I will close open time and go back to the agenda, and I think we're just moving into the admin and finance resolutions. Chair Vita.
On behalf of the Admin and Finance Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2019-138, that the Board of Commissioners approve a 3-year concession agreement with GC Ventures to provide food and beverage concession services at Columbia Golf Course and Gross National Golf Club effective April 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2021.
2019-138 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-138? Commissioner French.
Who is the principal of this company?
Mr. Stenzel, could you?
Commissioner French. The principal is, last name is Wong.
Okay.
Kylie Wong, I think his first name is, but yeah.
He's
It's
an
an individual owner.
All right. How long have they been in a relationship with the park board?
We had no contracts with them.
Okay.
They've done small contractual stuff, at an event here and there, but no contract.
Just a minority owner?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Stenzel. I'd maybe suggest that you stay close. Is there any other discussion on 2019-138? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-138, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Chair Vita.
I would like to move Resolution 2019-139. The Board of Commissioners approve a 3-year concession agreement with JLD to provide food and beverage concession services at Theodore Worth Golf Course and Hiawatha Golf Club effective April 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2021.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-139? Commissioner Cogill?
I have a question of curiosity around efficiencies. I'm wondering why Theodore Worth and Hiawatha are kind of paired together here, and Columbia and Gross are paired together.
Sure.
Is there any reasoning behind that?
Yeah, Commissioner Cogill, we submitted an RFP, or had an RFP went out, and the proposers were allowed to submit. And these are the ones that they submitted. We had nobody that submitted for all the golf courses. So they proposed what golf courses they wanted and kind of fit geographically. So that's kind of how we came to this. And actually Hiawatha was one that nobody proposed for, and we talked to everybody, and they were the group that stepped up and said that they would consider Hiawatha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner French.
Principal name owner of this establishment?
So we have 3 principal owners. I don't have their last name with me, I apologize, but.
Are any of these guys or gals minority owners?
Yes, they all are, all 3 are.
All 3 of them?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Stenzel. Is there any further discussion on 2019-139? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-139 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Chair Vita.
I would like to move Resolution 2019-140, approving a 5-year use agreement with Marketing Minneapolis, LLC, to operate a skating rink at Loring Park beginning on October 1st, 2019.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Forney, followed by Cogill.
Yes. First of all, I'm very excited that the skating rink is interested in staying longer. Several questions. Is Holly Dazzle made any commitment? Similar?
President Warren, Commissioner Forney. The Holly Dazzle is on a permit. So that's a permitted event, no different than Pride, the Art Fair, any other event that takes place down there. Our assumption is yes, that Holly Dazzle they would still put in for a permit. I don't anticipate them not, but the agreement's just for the skating rink itself. So.
And I guess I'm asking that because it's a wonderful event. The skating rink is just a marvelous asset and everything. My biggest concern, I did go to Holly Dazzle. Of course, it's hard for us to imagine it, but we had a mild Holly Dazzle time, and the impact to that park is really, really showing. And I just feel we need to figure out something that can rest the grounds, whether or not it's a situation that we need to add more expense, or not expense, but charge, so that we can at least start pooling money to restore those lands. We have several areas in the system that are just used over and over and over again, and they're not getting any rest period. And I hope that we can start addressing that. And like I say, whether or not it's going to be additional charges, whether or not we can pool money for that particular asset, would be something I really hope that you can be looking into, because we are loving our parks to death, and we need to make them sustainable. So anyway, very excited they want to return.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney, Commissioner Cogill, followed by Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. I just want to say I'm really excited about having this longer-term agreement, and want to thank everybody who was involved in making this happen, and the Downtown Council, Steve Kramer and Leah Wong, who've been really great partners in this work and making sure that we have an active, really central park in downtown Minneapolis, and this is a testament to that continuing. It is a separate conversation, but I echo Commissioner Forney's concerns, and I appreciate Shane and his work in trying to he's been really on it and making sure that we're communicating with folks and neighbors who have had concerns about impacts and staying on that. And I certainly am looking forward to seeing how we can get more funding to remediate some of the bigger impacts that are happening there. So I certainly hear that.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Vita.
I also want to just say that I'm really excited about this moving forward. Shane, I appreciate all the work that you've done to make this happen. This longer agreement is really good. I think that people are going to be happy to see that there's a 5-year agreement in place. There were a lot of people worried about if there would be something happening, and there were a lot of people who were like, make it go away. So I'm really excited that we finally have something we can go back and talk to folks about. So thanks everyone who helped make this happen.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. I just wanted to note that the capstone class that came and presented to the Tree Advisory Commission had a number of suggestions for ways we can help our events do less damage both to trees and turf within the park system. I believe that Assistant Superintendent Barrick has those presentations and will be able to share them with you. It might be something we want to explore when we are hosting those shoulder season events to help limit the damage that's done. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Is there any further discussion on 2019-140? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-140, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. I will move Resolution 9.1, approving a slate of members nominated by the President of the Board, Sheila Najad, Roxanne O'Brien, Carol Martinson, Casey Harrison, Jay Hyun Shin, and Mahi Abdi for the Park Police Advisory Council. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Vita.
Yes, I would like to talk about the composition of the group. That was one of the issues that I had as the chair of the Police and Governance Committee. I thought that I would have had an opportunity to discuss who the applicants were, and I did not. I just found out in the middle of the day today who the applicants were, and I didn't have a chance to look through them. So I would like to maybe offer an amendment to add a couple extra people, another man, another woman, to the committee. I know that Commissioner Musich earlier tried to pass the vote on to another meeting, and that didn't go through, but I'm concerned that I haven't had enough time to look through who the applicants are.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Do you have a motion?
Yes, if I need to have one, I'll have one. A motion to change the composition of the committee and add an additional man and woman to the committee. By me, as the chair of the Police and Governance Committee.
There is a motion on the floor to amend Resolution 2019-158 to include 2 additional appointees to be nominated by Commissioner, to be appointed or nominated by Commissioner.
Nominated.
Your process is you're gonna nominate, correct? And then we're gonna, oh no, you're appointing, so.
No, the board is affirming an appointment right now.
So I will follow what you follow, but I want the opportunity to, actually, no, I want to nominate 2 people. I want to add 2 people.
Okay. If I can state it one more time, just to make sure that we're on the same page. So there's a motion to amend 2019-158 to include 2 additional, to expand the composition to 8, to have 2 appointees come forward, 2 nominees be presented by Commissioner Vita to be affirmed by the entire Board of Commissioners, with the direction that they have binary gender balance.
Yes.
Okay. There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's an amendment. Is there a second? The amendment has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on the amendment? Sorry. I'll need the kind of word of honor of who was first to the amendment. Commissioner Musich?
I had my light on initially for the initial discussion, so if someone else wants to speak specifically to the amendment first, I can wait.
I guess I got more of a question. When we originally had a discussion about this, did we have this discussion about who was going to be deciding on who's going to pick the slate to be? Has this discussion already happened already? I'm afraid we're going to go down a road having the same discussion that we've had months ago already.
Thank you, Commissioner French. I can address that question, but I just want to get the order of speakers to the amendment. I'm sorry, my head was down. I have, if the board does not object to this order on the amendment, Commissioner French, Commissioner Forney, Commissioner Cogill, and Commissioner Meyer on the amendment. I'm sorry, my head was down during that. There's no objection to that order. Commissioner French, we did have this discussion. The board unanimously approved a resolution instructing your president to come forward with 6 nominees to be affirmed by the full board. And I am following the board's direction and presenting that this evening. But it is ultimately up to the board whether they will accept those nominees or reject those nominees or modify those nominees. Does that answer your question, Commissioner French? Okay. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. In light of, with the amendment or without, we just passed the community engagement policy, something that staff worked on for years, and having one individual from this board appointing everyone on a very, very, very important, well, they're all important committees, but this one to me I think is so critical, and it's our first we've ever gone down this path. I feel it's imperative that we follow our community engagement policy as far as the format of this committee. That would be, so I'm supportive of changing the structure of our committee. That's all I have, but I'll talk later too.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, President Bourne. I am not in support of any amendment to this resolution. We have worked pretty hard to put forward a process to get these 6 members nominated. It's been really fantastic to have the support of the Park Police Chief in developing this Park Police Advisory Council. I worked really hard to get something together that got the support of folks on the board, and I'd like to move forward. I think it's very unfortunate that the resolution wasn't on the initial agenda, and I would hope that in the future that doesn't happen so that people have a little bit more time to see what the names are. But I also don't think that that trumps the need for us to move swiftly with this issue. I think that the community is very interested in seeing some results of us having discussions about how our police are serving our community and what tools they're using. And I think it's really critical that we don't slow walk this in the guise of policy and conflicting policies.
Thank you, Commissioner Colgill. Commissioner Meyer.
I just want to expand on the timeline of our committee. So this one was originally approved in September with the 6 members appointed by the president. Subsequently, I believe it was in October, we had the Pesticide Advisory Committee, and there was a lot of discussion and concern about just having the president nominate all of the appointees. And so you amended that and changed it to have one commissioner appoint one person, I believe, and then it was 6 appointed by staff for a total of 15. And then in the community engagement policy that we just passed, that comes into effect 30 days from now, we standardized our committees so that it would be 1 from each commissioner and then 8 from staff for a total of 17. So if we were to start with a new committee from scratch to like 30 days from now, then we'd be following the community engagement policy, we would have 17 instead of 6. So, I do think this would be something that would be appropriate to discuss further and maybe think through how exactly we want to have this, and that's why I voted to discuss it at a future meeting. I do want every commissioner to feel that they're part of this and involved, and I do think it was unfortunate that it was so late that it was added on. I don't know if 8 is the ideal number, or if having the chair appointing them is the ideal way to go about it, but I think if that makes other commissioners feel like they're having a say in this, then I think that's appropriate, so I'm going to go ahead and support this amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Vita.
So the reason why I'm asking for support on this is because, again, I am the chair of the Park Police Oversight Committee, and I am ultimately the person that is going to be responsible to the citizens of Minneapolis. And I do not feel comfortable with not having appropriate time to review the applicants. I had no discussion with the president about the particular applicants and what they put on their applications. I had a discussion about one person, and the president told me a couple people that they were gonna bring forward, but I have not looked through every single person that applied and sat down and talked to the president about who those applicants were and who I thought should be moved forward. There has been none of that. So again, I'm asking for support because ultimately I am the chair of this committee. I'm working with Chief Fajardo, who was gracious enough to do a lot of this work for us. So I am asking for support on this so that there's an opportunity for some additional people to be on this committee. Thank you.
Commissioner Musich, followed by Forney.
Oh, no, I'm for the next.
Okay. Commissioner Musich to the amendment.
Thank you, President Bourne. Thank you, Commissioner Vita, for bringing forward the amendment, and my fellow commissioners for your thoughtful comments on this topic in particular. One while my preference would still be that we delay this at least a week so that conversations could be had between the board president and the chair of the committee that would have oversight over this commission, I do feel that if that cannot occur, it would be appropriate for us as a board to consider adding additional people to this commission. I know Commissioner Vita has worked closely with staff, talking about how we ensure that we are bringing as many voices to the table as possible to ensure that this commission is bringing forward a very broad and thoughtful work product that can help us in the work that we do with the community through our park police officers. And if we cannot delay to give that opportunity, then I do feel it's appropriate to consider expanding to encompass those voices and that work effort that's been done to make sure that we have adequate representation from all aspects of the community. So I would encourage my fellow colleagues up here at the dais with me to support her motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? In just a couple of comments of my own, I have a very different recollection of the conversation that Commissioner Vita and I and the superintendent had while we were in Quebec. And I think that's okay to have a different recollection. If any commissioner feels like there is more discussion warranted, I think that there's a time and place for that. But I do have a very different recollection of the conversation that the superintendent, Commissioner Vita, and I did have in Quebec about this. Also to that as to why folks are seeing it this morning. This was forwarded to staff in time for the Friday cutoff for our agenda. That was held because of some confusion and communication around travel and timing. There was one application I think was sent. There was one application that the attached file didn't get connected, and that was forwarded later. But there was some miscommunication around when and how to place this on the agenda, but I did provide direction and time for the posting of the agenda to have it included. So I do apologize for that. I will just remind commissioners that this was the instruction that you unanimously provided. Every single member of this board voted to have a committee just a few months ago of 6 people. You unanimously asked me to nominate those 6 people. If folks want to add members, if folks want to make amendments to that, I think that there is a process for that. Commissioner Vita, in your committee, you could bring those up and you could move to modify and change the composition. I think that that's a very valid conversation. I have done my best here to comply with the direction of the board that I received unanimously. And when we get back to the main motion, I am very happy to speak about the content and the makeup of this slate of 6 individuals that I am very, very proud to move forward, that I think covers, that I think brings a lot of voices and a lot of perspective to the table, and I'm very happy to have that discussion on the main motion. So seeing no further discussion on the amendment, all those in favor of amending Resolution 2019-158, I would ask the secretary to take a roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogia.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
No.
Vice President Hassan.
No.
President Bourne.
No.
You have 4 ayes, 4 nays, 1 absent.
The motion to amend fails. To the main motion, is there discussion on the main motion, Commissioner Musich?
I would like to move to send this item back to committee for discussion of composition prior to any appointments being made by any individual on this board.
Commissioner Musich, I am ruling that motion out of order. That is a motion that you put forward earlier this evening and has already failed. Is there any further discussion to Resolution 2019-158? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. I would like to move to amend the composition of this committee to have an appointment by every member of the Park Board.
There is a motion to amend Resolution 2019-158. Can you please state the motion and how the amendment would read?
I would like to move that the membership structure of the Park Police Advisory Council be amended from having, under Section 9, a slate of 6 members nominated by the President of the Board and subject to approval by the majority of the Board Commissioners, to also include 1 appointee from each Park Commissioner.
Second.
There has been a move to amend the resolution. I'm just pulling up the background information. I may be ruling that motion out of order. I just need to pick up the background resolution.
If I'm ruled out of order, I would like the parliamentarian to weigh in.
Council Rice, I believe the amendment that Commissioner Musich is putting forward is out of order because it is actually seeking to amend a resolution that was already passed several months ago. This resolution is approving a slate of nominees. The resolution to approve a composition was passed several months ago. This is an amendment, as I'm hearing it, a resolution to change that composition, which the board has acted on several months ago. So that, I wanted to just look up the background information, but council, if you can weigh in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're just asking advice at this point? You're not asking on a ruling?
Well, I think I would, if the board would take a moment, I will look up the background information, but I believe that the appropriate time to have made that resolution would have been at the time that the resolution that triggered 2019-158, providing me direction, that would have been the time to bring that forward.
Mr. President, on that point, I mean, I think as a board, acting as a board, a motion to amend the motion on appointment could take almost any form you wanted. I don't think there's anything that prohibits the board from, as a board, taking an action to change the composition would be out of order.
I understand the intent, and I'm trying to help us get your motion on the floor. Hearing the advice from our parliamentarian that he would not consider that out of order, and I think understanding it, the intent is to strike these nominees. I'm going to ask you a series of questions so I understand the intent of the amendment. The intent is to strike these nominees.
The intent is to ensure that the members of this board have an opportunity to influence who's on this committee, rather than having it be at the sole discretion of the board president.
Commissioner Musich, you are taking a vote right now to approve, or your input is being heard right now. So to clarify your question and make sure that I can help you get a motion on the floor,
I want 9 more members.
Your amendment is to strike these nominees, step 1.
The amendment leaves those nominees in place and adds an appointee by each member of this
So
board.
it would add an additional 8 nominees that would come forward for approval by the entire board.
No, I think we would make appointees as we do to other commissions where that is our sole discretion.
Okay.
per our policy, essentially,
I
for committees.
understand the intent of your motion would be to add 8 appointees.
Right, with those 6 being yours. The ones you're putting forward this
So
evening.
this would no longer be nominees. These would be 6 appointees by the president of the park board. Right now, the motion reads that these are nominees, and the board will be voting on these to approve or reject them or substitute them out. Your amendment would be to make these 6 that are
So-
named here my appointees.
Thank you for trying to clarify. My problem this evening is that I was provided at 1:30 this afternoon a list of the nominees. I've not had time to go through that list. The piece that we
Commissioner Musich,
passed
can you
in,
please help me understand the motion that you were trying to get on the table?
could you let me finish, please?
Can you please help me understand the motion you were trying to get on the table?
What we have in front of us with the resolution is that community members will submit applications that get then reviewed by a cross-functional group of staff for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners for nomination. I have not seen any of the applications that have been submitted. I have no way to know, just as Commissioner Vitaw has no way to know, and she had stated this quite succinctly earlier, who all has applied, what the pool of candidates we are selecting from is, and whether or not the 6 people that you are nominating are truly going to be representative of everyone that has stepped forward and said that they want to serve in this capacity. To try to rectify that, I would like an opportunity to appoint someone, and I would like to see everyone else that has this similar issue that I do, that has not had an opportunity to become well acquainted with who's applied, to be able to also make that decision if they so choose. So if you'd rather delay this for a week so everyone has an opportunity to review all of those applications and become prepared to make come prepared to be able to either affirm, sub out, or request a new slate, that's how I think we get there. We either delay or you let people have the time to review and make an appointment.
Commissioner Musich, are you finished?
I am finished now, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. You have put an amendment on the floor that I am trying to understand. I think you've just spoken very succinctly to the main motion. I'm not sure if you've spoken to an amendment because I'm trying to understand the amendment that you are trying to make. So can I please just walk through a series of questions so I can understand and the board can understand the amendment that you are trying to get on the floor? Sure. I've heard a couple of different things. I'm trying to get a consistent answer so I understand that. I've heard you at, is your intent to add 8 appointees by every other commissioner?
If we are going to go by what I had said initially, it would be keeping the 6 nominated people as a slate that the board president has brought forward.
Can I stop?
And adding an appointee for each commissioner.
Okay, so.
I believe it's probably up to interpretation whether or not the board president also gets an appointee. By what I had said, I would say yes. It would be 9 people we would be adding to the 6.
So my question on these 6, I've heard you say at one point that are these appointees or are these nominees that the board will have a vote on?
The 6 is nominees.
Okay.
As per what we passed in September of 2018.
Okay. Do board members have an understanding of the amendment on the floor? Is there, and the amendment on the floor has been moved and seconded. I would ask the secretary to call a roll on.
You have a number of people that want to speak to this.
The Commissioner French to the amendment.
I really think that we're really rehashing a discussion that we've had before, and I want to know how many times are we going to do this? Are we going to decide that we're going to decide on a policy, and then 2 or 3 months later decide that policy wasn't acceptable and change? this process is a long process. It stems from some things that happened with our youth and our parks, and we told the community that we were going to put something forth to make sure that we curtail some of those events that happen with our police department. I think delays. I think anytime we delay something like this, we give a chance for something bad to happen. Right? Let's get this started. Let's get it done. We've already had this discussion. We've talked about the makeup of the committee. We've talked about how it looked like. We had a long night. I'm sure the conversation went for about an hour, and we're having the same conversation right now. So I oppose the amendment. I want to get this done. Let's get it done tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Thank you, Vice President Hassan, for helping me keep track of who is turning on their lights. Commissioner Cogill to the amendment.
Thank you, President Bourne. I sort of already said some of this, but I am very supportive of the original scope of what the Police Advisory Committee or Police Advisory Council should consist of. I'm not interested in making an amendment to the number or the appointment process for members of the Police Advisory Council. It is clear, though, that a pretty substantial number of commissioners feel like they have not had a chance to look at the names of those being put forward. And it seems to me at this time that it might behoove us to give everybody a chance to know who they are, who the folks are that they're voting for or against to be on this committee. I am personally behind the slate of candidates and supportive of the president's MO to determine who that slate of candidates is. So I, first of all, certainly will not be voting for an amendment at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. I have Meyer followed by Vital.
So when we passed this in September, we didn't really have discussion about the constitution of this committee. It was only later that we started having that. And I think that's why there's confusion and inconsistency, because there wasn't an objection at the time in September, but since then we had discussions about what our committees are, and so I just wanted to clarify. So it is 15 that would be total, right? So
Chair Meyer, I don't understand the amendment that's on the floor. I saw head nods that other people do.
I'm getting the sense that it's probably going to fall along the same lines as previously. So I guess I would like to go home and get outside. My recommendation after this would be to take up President Bourne on his offer to reconsider this in committee, to perhaps amend it and add to it if the chair seeks to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Vita.
So another reason why this is really important to me, and I shared this with President Bourne in Quebec, is that I have a young African-American woman who applied to be on this committee, who works with people of color being in the outdoors. And one of the barriers to people of color being in the outdoors is safety and policing. And so she really wants to be on this committee. I spoke with President Bourne. I gave the person's name. There was no discussion had about considering changing one of the people that was already, I think we only discussed 2 people, not the full 6. So it means a lot to me, the diversity of this group. I don't know who these people are. I don't know if it's someone who's working on the same thing as the person who I suggested be appointed to this committee. So I don't understand how 2 months ago staff came to me and said to me that they were working on this and they needed to go back to the drawing board because they hadn't got sufficient applicants. And now here we're just asking for 1 week to extend, and there's this state of emergency in this. 1 week, we have a meeting next week. 1 week of looking over these applications, having the opportunity to discuss with the president who the 6 are going to be moving forward, so that we all feel comfortable. No matter how we voted last year, we all were under the understanding that we would have a say, or at least a discussion in who would be appointed to this committee. Ultimately, it is the president's choice of who he's gonna move forward, and it's for us to vote on. But I would think that we could all be better than that and have a discussion and say, this is the person that reached out to me. This is someone who I think should be on this committee. So this is becoming bothersome because it shouldn't be this hard to have a young black woman on the committee or even be considered if that's what I asked for.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Is there any further discussion on the Musich amendment? Seeing none, I would ask the secretary to take a roll on the Musich amendment.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
Yes.
Commissioner French.
No.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
No.
President Bourne.
No.
You have 4 ayes, 4 nays, 1 absent.
The amendment fails. To the main motion, is there any discussion on the main motion? Commissioner Forney, followed by Cogill.
I appreciate this conversation, and I too am frustrated. Commissioner French, you're talking about wanting not to have delays and to expedite this. I'd like to suggest that we're in a divide here, you guys, and try to have a friendly amendment to accept the slate as it is and to give the chair of the committee the opportunity to select 2 appointees at her discretion after the fact.
Commissioner Forney, is that a motion?
Yes.
Or an amendment? There is an amendment to the main motion. To vote on these 6 and give Commissioner Vita 2 appointments that would not require a full vote. Am I understanding that amendment?
Correct.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
There is a second to the amendment. Is there discussion to the amendment? I would ask the secretary, if seeing no further discussion, I would ask the secretary to take a roll. Vice President Hassan, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes. Well, I have a question. What's making, well, if Vita's gonna get 2, then every other commissioner should get a 2 too. So I just don't see any purpose. What's making different? You know, like I don't see any difference than being treated like, only Commissioner Vita being treated differently than the rest of the commissioners. So I see no point of this motion.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. Commissioner Musich to the amendment.
I have a clarifying question. We've been requested to bring this up in the police I forget exactly what it's called, but the committee, and to take up the changing of the composition. If we were to take this up in committee and change the composition to reflect what's in the community advisory policy that we just passed tonight, what happens to the 6 appointees that 4 people here this evening seem ready to put in place? Do they then get removed and reapply and we talk about changing it, or what exactly happens if the composition of the committee is changed to allow for every commissioner to have input into that process?
Commissioner Musich, is that a comment or a question?
It's a question. What happens to the people?
Who is it directed to?
To President Bourne, to the superintendent, to Chief Ohado, whoever has to deal with the fallout of the decisions we make. I would like to know what happens if we appoint 6 people this evening, and then at a future meeting, that's still this year yet, change the composition to reflect not 6 people chosen by one person, but instead 9 people chosen by 9 people, or I don't remember exactly what the policy states, but.
I understand the question. I think you said it was addressed to me or to anybody that knows the answer. Commissioner Musich, frankly, I don't know. I have followed the board's direction that was unanimously given to me, and this is what I brought forward. If the board wants to do something different now, that is in contrast to their unanimous decision, they can. I don't know who and how that fallout goes to. Commissioner Musich, I have the floor. There is opportunity to discuss any of these appointees on the main motion. We are dealing with an amendment right now. That's the best answer I have to your question, is I do not know. Seeing no further discussion on this amendment, Secretary Ringgold, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita. Aye. Commissioner French.
No.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
No.
President Bourne.
No.
You have 4 ayes, 4 nays, 1 absent.
The motion fails. The main motion, Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, President Bourne. I have, I think it's maybe a point of order question, whether or not I could move now to table this so that people could review their 6 people for a week, or if I have to wait to have the vote on the resolution.
Can make that motion now.
I believe a motion to table would be in order.
Yes, it would.
I'll second it.
There has been a motion to table. It has been seconded. Council, is the motion debatable? All those, I would ask the secretary to take a roll on a motion to table.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita. Aye. Commissioner French.
No.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
No.
President Bourne.
No.
You have 5 ayes, 3 nays, 1 absent.
The motion is tabled. Moving on.
May I make a motion of personal privilege, please?
There is not a motion of personal
I would like
privilege.
to
Would you
take
like
a
to
point
rise
of,
to a point of personal privilege?
point of personal privilege, thank you.
Commissioner Musich.
I think it would be helpful for all of us when making this decision, when this does come before the board again, if we were provided with all of the applicants and the staff guidance that was provided to the board president.
Commissioner Musich, all of that is in the packet that you have now and is online.
It's all of the applicants that's in the
Every applicant
packet?
that was submitted is online.
Okay.
And the previous direction that the board unanimously gave me is also part of that packet.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we got the full slate of candidates, slate of applicants, and that we were also provided any guidance provided by staff, because it does say that a cross-functional group of staff will make recommendations. So if something's been provided to you, then I just want to make sure that we have all of that.
I understand the question. That is, if you read through your board packet, you will see that all there. If you have any additional questions, you can direct that to staff.
Thank you. I was at my day job until this meeting, so I did not have time to read any of this material
Moving on
yet.
to new business, Ms. Murdoch, we have a conversation on the restroom design directive.
President Bourne, Commissioners, greetings. I'm here this evening to present the Park Board, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Interior Restroom Design Directive, which was recently approved by the executive team, which includes Superintendent Bangor, Deputy Superintendent, and the Assistant Superintendents. This directive sets a guideline for the design of interior restrooms for all buildings at the Park Board and will be applied to all capital and rehabilitation projects. This design directive takes a fairly significant departure from the traditional men's and women's layout, which is why I'm here sharing it with you this evening. I will note that this is for interior restroom designs and not for restrooms that are accessed from the exterior of buildings or satellite restrooms. That effort will be following this. It has a completely extra set of issues to deal with. For background, when staff set about to implement the MPP 20 funding to the rehabilitation projects in 2017 and considered the upgrade of numerous restroom facilities to meet ADA requirements, which does frequently require the entire restroom area being completely gutted, we asked, should we be considering gender inclusivity when designing these restrooms? And of course the answer was yes. We then apparently needed almost 2 years to really understand and develop our direction. As many of you have already experienced, many restroom facilities, whether commercial or otherwise, are moving to a 100% all-gender scenario. And for the purpose of the presentation, all gender means essentially that all genders can use all in any of the facilities. Typically, this is a shared sink area with private toilet rooms with full height walls and doors. And here are just a few examples of what that might mean. In fact, we were headed down that direction, but we were starting to recognize that we would not be providing restroom facilities that were welcoming and safe for all communities and users of Minneapolis parks. If there is a spectrum to consider, on the one end would be all restroom facilities being available to all, and on the other end of the spectrum, restrooms separated by gender for personal, cultural, or other reasons. Throughout this process, we met with a variety of outside advisors, including the Minneapolis Advisory Committee on People with Disabilities, the Transgender Equity Council, multiple Islamic and East African resources. I held numerous meetings internally across departments, sharing these ideas and layouts and discussing any and all options and getting a whole lot of feedback. On top of that, additional research, including what other local public agencies are doing, what national design trends are, and comparable park systems. Needless to say, I've been talking a lot about restrooms lately. For additional inspiration, we also looked to the Park Board's vision and values that parks are welcoming by design and anticipate and thoughtfully respond to the diverse needs of the city's communities. Also, the draft MPRB Gender Inclusion Administrative Policy commits to providing safe, welcoming, and accessible environments for people of all gender equities and expressions. It is evident that these visions, values, and commitments shall extend to the use of restroom facilities throughout our park system. So believe it or not, there are a lot of layers to this discussion, but I would just like to dive into the directive. It is based upon what is the basis of design that we would provide in a new facility, and that's what I will begin with talking about. While we don't build many new facilities, we will need to establish what that core and intent of the directive is so that we can apply it to any of our work. There is a flow chart, but what I've done is broken it down for you. At the very basis, if we think about a new project, what we will be doing is providing 3 family-style restrooms to start with. And to define what that is, I've noted on here that they are private, family-style, and ADA accessible. So that means you walk in, full height walls, regular door, you've got a sink, you've got a toilet, and a hand dryer. We will provide 1 all-gender restroom, 1 women's restroom, 1 men's restroom, and then in addition, 1 public shared sink with a baby changing station. So those would be every building would start with those 3 restrooms. And based on any code requirements for the number of toilet facilities that you need, anything beyond those 3 would all be all gender. And in this illustration, it would be in the style of shared sinks and then private toilet stalls. So the flow chart itself does break it down a little further because there are different ways to think about this, that we have a lot of our recreation centers are smaller buildings, but then we have some larger buildings. So if we consider the small buildings, which typically only have 1 restroom area, they likely would have those 3 first restrooms, all gender, women's and men's, signed as such, and any additional would be shared sinks and individual toilet rooms. Now, in larger buildings that may have multiple restroom areas, we can diversify it a little bit more, and we would provide that very basic, as in a small building, where you would have the 3 family-style restrooms, 1 all gender, 1 for women, 1 for men, and all the remainder would be all gender. And if there's a second area within the building that has restrooms, they would all be all gender. So that's all fine and good for new buildings, but we have a whole lot of existing buildings that we need to go into and, upgrade, if nothing else, to meet ADA accessibility. There's a lot of things to consider here. We only have so much space within buildings. Our programming and storage really are maxed out in a lot of them. So what we've come to is a sort of a priority system of how we would look at each project. One of the biggest reasons for doing this is because there are multiple project managers within our department, and we've sort of recognized that we may have been doing things a little differently up until now. What this does is bring us all together so we have the same vision, so that the public can have better expectations of what we're putting out there. So, existing buildings that are smaller buildings, like our smaller recreation centers, typically have a layout of a women's and a men's room next to each other in a block. In general, this can be changed over and use that basis of the directive and apply it. So the first solution that we would try is that in that same footprint, we would include 1 all-gender restroom, 1 women's, 1 men's, all wheelchair accessible. Any additional that's required by code as far as toilets or sinks would be provided, and then still have that public sink with the baby changing station. It's always critical. Always comes up in meetings. Now, sometimes this doesn't work. Sometimes the restrooms aren't next to each other. Sometimes they might be just not big enough to accommodate all of this. So then the next step, the next solution that the design team should look at is keeping that binary men's and women's restroom, upgrading them to be ADA accessible, and finding space within the building to essentially carve out a family-style restroom that would be signed all gender. So we are providing facilities for all 3. Difficulty there, especially in some of our smaller buildings, is sometimes there's just not enough room to carve out, because we may be taking away program space, we may be taking away storage space. That will need to be a decision with that project team to determine. So there is a third solution, and that is, if we're not able to do it, then we keep the men's and the women's, the binary, and we upgrade them to be ADA accessible, and that's how we get that building to be ADA accessible. Now, larger buildings can be a little different. Typically, larger buildings have more than 1 location of restrooms. It's a little easier. The solution there would be at 1 location where there's a men's and women's room, upgrade that one to be ADA accessible. I sound a little like a broken record here. And then in another location, modify that so that we can provide all gender restroom facilities. Let's see, a few details that I got from staff and developed during this is that Now, one thing about this, all these all-gender restrooms are not supported by the Minnesota State Building Code at this point, so each time we do need to get approval by the city code official. They're fairly responsive to this at this point, which isn't a problem, but we'd still need to do it. There are no urinals in any of these solutions. We will locate and minimize walls to allow for maximum staff visibility to the private rooms and the public sinks. Motion sensors will be installed inside of all the private restrooms, plus cameras outside of them, by considering the security issues there. And finally, locker room facilities will be provided all gender, women's, and men's. Locker room facilities shall provide all gender, women's, and men's facilities. So this is the interior restroom design directive, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Murdoch. Questions and comments? Musich followed by Meyer.
Thank you, President Bourne. So I've done a bit of research since I was initially notified that this would be on the agenda. And in the studies that I've read about studying the queuing issue that is experienced by women for women's restrooms specifically, places where the decision has been made to retain a women's restroom and make another restroom all gender, is that it doesn't actually reduce the queuing issue. It instead provides men with just a greater opportunity to have more restrooms. And I'm not against having more restrooms for everyone, because we all do need to use them. But I do wonder if we're concerned at all that we might not be addressing queuing problems that we might be experiencing currently through the change that we're making. And then the other question I had, so that's just something to consider, like as we start implementing these and seeing how they're used, if we could pay attention to that, at least initially, to collect some data to make sure that the problem we're trying to solve is actually being solved through the solution we're implementing. And then you had mentioned that there would be no urinals in any of these options. Does that include the men's specific restrooms? They would not be installed there either?
President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, yes, that's true. Even the men's private family-style restroom would be only a toilet and a sink.
Okay, and what's the rationale behind that design decision?
President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, at first I will say it hadn't been brought up or considered, but right now what I think of it as a space consideration.
Okay. And then should we at some point in the future get to a place where men and women are comfortable being in shared spaces together, when we get to such an enlightened age, would we then at that point consider replacing all the gendered restrooms with all gender restrooms potentially?
President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, as you know, I really can't answer that at this point. That is in the future.
Okay.
One thing to consider, though, is while we have designated restrooms that are men's, women's, and all gender, that essentially is signage. So even those, the signage could be changed to all gender in the future.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Meyer?
Thank you. Can you speak to the costs of different options? Like, do we have an idea of which ones are going to cost more? And also in regard to the urinal question, like, are those cheaper? Like, is it less, a water bill, or is it more expensive to have the extra infrastructure?
President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, the overall costs, I don't have the exact numbers for you right now, but round numbers, it is a variety of costs to do things like this. So I'll use an example. Some of the costs that we've had for the ADA rehabilitation projects that to essentially gut our restrooms that are men's and women's run between $100,000 and $200,000. It's a significant amount of money, but that point is we are having to do that just to meet ADA accessibility. So if we're spending that now to do that, it makes a whole lot of sense to go this route as well. So in a way, making them gender inclusive and culturally responsive is no cost.
And to the urinal
second
question?
question, the urinal question. Right now, I unfortunately can't answer whether they use less water. What I will say is some of the research nationally for facilities that are going to be all gender, it's understood that there are no urinals.
Do we have any new buildings that are coming up soon? Like, I was just wondering that when you presented about the new designs.
So, sure, President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, as far as new buildings to use the directive at its very basis, no, not immediately. However, Painter Recreation Center, which will be opening within, well, in about a month, we don't have a specific date yet, as a building rehabilitation project, it has these this restroom directive applied to it. So it will have, it's a little bit different, but it'll have a men's family style room, a women's room, and an all gender. Well, actually, it has two all gender. A little more specific. It's the men's and the women's will be the ones that are wheelchair accessible, and then the two all gender family style are not wheelchair accessible. But there's more details to it of timing, of when it was determined to go ahead with that. But that, in fact, somewhat answers Commissioner Musich's question about almost testing it, right? So we're going to have one out there, and we're going to see how it goes and get feedback. You know, I'm going to check back with rec staff, see how it's going. I'm sure they'll tell me anyway. With operations staff, see how it's working. I'm very interested to see how this is working.
And to clarify, so you said when we are rehabbing our existing ones to be compatible with ADA, that it's not any additional cost and there's not a cost differentiation between the different options you proposed?
So President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, let's see. So if we went back and look at the options. Okay, so if we're typically have small recreation centers, that is this example. So this solution one where we take the
we can't see it.
Where we replace the existing restrooms with the the design directive. Like I said, that's in your $100,000 to $200,000 range, and that restroom area we were already planning. It changed in the middle of construction actually to be to use the directive, and going into it, we already were gutting that entire restroom to make it ADA accessible. Now, in this scenario, I gotta say it really depends on what the existing conditions are. So in this scenario, if we are keeping the binary restrooms and upgrading them to meet ADA accessibility, it depends on what the conditions are in that restroom, whether we have to gut the whole thing or if we can just move some toilet partitions. If in this case, all we need to do is move around some toilet partitions, but then add a separate all-gender family-style restroom, it can be a little bit less than gutting out the whole thing, like in solution one. But the thing is, carving out that space in another part of the building, getting the plumbing over there, just adds up costs. So they're similar, they're close, and it depends on the situation. Now, of course, if we can't do that, and what we're doing is upgrading just the restrooms that are there, the men's and women's, to meet ADA accessibility, again, it depends on the existing conditions.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you for the report. I wasn't on the board, but when we put in a policy of loitering and voyeurism, I think it was, I believe that it came from the gay community, that they felt vulnerable, and I'm not sure if it was, the fact that we had the space underneath the doors, things like that, but if there is somebody in the past that maybe can help go back to maybe what were some of the issues in that, I would just hate to, encounter, that issue again. Like I say, I'm pulling from the past here and everything like that, but I feel like you've addressed everything, but that's just one little antenna that went up that I wanted to make sure that, our community doesn't feel vulnerable in that way. And then I'll just, this isn't a part of your report, but I'll just say I advocate for restrooms within a 10-minute walk shed, wherever we can, and if there's any way that we can start doing sustainable facilities, that would be wonderful. So thank you for the report.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Is there any other discussion or questions? Seeing none, I have one technical question when we are talking about the, Commissioner Forney, are you done?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The decision to just eliminate urinals altogether, I think, is a good one. But the one question I do have, is the water usage of urinals less than a toilet?
President Bourne, as I said, offhand, I don't know.
Okay.
I can find out and get back to you and the rest of the board.
I think it might be, like, alternatively, like a low and high flow flush that we can incorporate, but I also don't know if that would be an unexpected maintenance cost on top of that too. But just the water conservation was the piece that crossed my mind with that too. But thank you very much for the report.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Moving on to petitions and communications. I will start with Commissioner Vita. I'll just say I want to say a little bit about Quebec too.
Yes, I'm going to say something, but you always start with Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I hadn't noticed. Would you like me to start on the other?
I really would.
Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Misich.
Thank you, President Bourne. I want to take a moment to just thank all of the staff that have been working really intently with the City of Minneapolis and the Watershed District, the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, to ensure that the city does not flood as the creek starts melting and all of the surrounding areas are melting. People have just done a phenomenal job of breaking up ice flows and making sure that we are not flooding. So I'm incredibly thankful to everyone that's been involved in that effort. It's been awesome to hear how great those three organizations have been working together. Unfortunately, we do have lots of wet areas in the parks right now due to the snow totals we had at the end of the year and the rapid melt. So please, everyone, observe the posted trail markings detouring you elsewhere, and be respectful as we get more and more people out on the bike and the shared bike ped trails, that we just travel at a speed which allows us to be respectful and thoughtful of everyone else we're sharing the trail with. And happy spring break, everyone that's celebrating spring break. Young people, we have all kinds of things happening in the system for you while you're out of school, and we hope to see you at our rec centers and hanging out in the parks. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Misich. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. It seems like a century ago, but I attended both of the Metro Park delegation meetings, the Senate and the House, and I'm just really grateful for all the support that we are knitting together with those two groups, and I appreciate our lobbyists, putting that together. So far, I feel like session has been doing pretty well, and I think, those types of coalitions are essential to continue. I did attend the BET meeting where the President Wheeler did put a resolution forward for staff part-time and to continue to be independently employed by the BET. There is a nominating committee that's being put together, one appointment from the citizens, one appointment from the city, and one appointment from the park. So anxious to see that come to conclusion, and I am so pleased that we've had the loyal service of Jack Qualley all these years. We will miss him greatly. So I'm glad that saga is finished and that we do have an independent staff person at the BET. That's very critical.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
I had the pleasure of actually testifying at the Jobs Committee at the Capitol on Tuesday. I was testifying in an omnibus bill in committee that would provide $800,000 for Teen Teamworks, which would put almost over 200 kids to work in our parks and in our headquarters facilities in the summertime. Was really hyped about that. It's a really important ask of the Capitol. And if you guys got any homeboys or homegirls, at the Capitol, give them a call and say, hey, this bill is really important to the youth of Minneapolis. So that's what I had. That's what I had. And I want to talk about the Calhoun issue. John C. Calhoun was not only a proponent of slavery, he was a lobbyist for slavery. He went around and he talked about how good the slave system was for white folks, and he thought that black folks should never exist at the same level as white folks. So that's who John C. Calhoun is. So I don't know if everybody knows that, but I just thought I'd add that 2 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Cogill.
All right, thank you, President Bourne. A couple of things to mention. Also very excited about the resolution with the BET. I want to thank our appointment to the BET for making sure that we have a quarter-time person, and thank you for your work on that. Southwest Service Area Master Plan process is still in process, and I just want to say that we have a community advisory committee, final community advisory committee coming up on April the 23rd. I've appreciated all of the constituents who have gotten very involved in that process and feel very passionately about what the future of their parks and parkways should look like. I look forward to seeing all of the feedback from that process and the CAC's recommendations that will inform final draft designs. So I'm looking forward to that, and I am appreciative of everybody's feedback. I also want to mention, I think I've said before that I intend to bring forward a resolution regarding plastics and single-use plastics and moving towards ending the use of single-use plastics in our parks. I am also starting on, as soon as possible, well, April 1st, attempting to not use any single-use plastics myself. I've learned a lot in the last couple of days, including what to do about toothpaste, and that most cheeses are inaccessible to me now. But it's gonna be fun, and I invite everybody else to try it out, if only for the intellectual exercise of seeing how much plastic you consume in a day. I didn't realize. And then finally, I just want to say that I am really looking forward to moving forward with our Police Advisory Council. I have appreciated the discussion today, but I am looking forward to approving a slate of candidates next week. I think that already waiting a week is too much. I think that we want to move on having these discussions, and I am hopeful that my fellow commissioners, now with the time that they have to review the candidates that the president has put forward, will be able to vote up or down whether or not they support that slate of candidates. And I am hopeful that then we can move forward as a board and with staff in coming up with some great recommendations for the future of our public safety, which is so critical to our parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Meyer.
I can't let Commissioner Cogill outdo me, so I am also taking the single-use plastic challenge for April. I brought up to staff on Monday that they can't just serve food with plastic anymore, at least for April, because I couldn't eat any of the food at the Pesticide Advisory Committee if that had been in April. So I'm preparing to make my own toothpaste and sunscreen and bread and hummus and all kinds of other things. I don't know how I'm going to survive because, the receipts are plastic coated. Produce has plastic stickers on them, but I'm going to do my best. I'm also looking forward to meeting Commissioner Colgill again in the Bee Run on April 20th. Encourage all of the other commissioners and everyone else to attend that. You don't have to run it, you can walk it, but just participating shows your support for pollinators, and if you don't come, then we just have to assume that you hate the bees. And lastly, I want to remind everyone about our Day on the Hill next Thursday, April 4th, 12:30 at the Capitol. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Vita.
So I am okay with both Commissioner Cogill and Meyer beating me in the bee run. I am training with Commissioner Meyer to walk the bee run. We actually took a 8-mile walk last week. We met here, and he has somehow taken accountability for every commissioner's health. He's challenged us to make sure that we get our yearly exams done, and it's really, he called me yesterday and said, have you had your yearly exam? I was like, whoa, Dr. Meyer, hold on. But it's good that you have a partner, right? But he really is taking this competition with Commissioner Cogill very, very seriously. On another note, Superintendent Bangora, myself, and President Bourne, I'll leave some stuff for you. I heard you say that. We had a few different experiences too, so I won't hog up the ones we shared. Had the experience of going to Quebec City. I've had the pleasure of being on the host committee for many months now with the Lopez Foundation, also Mayor Archie Ryback, the Parks Foundation, Meet Minneapolis. A large group of us are ready to host the World Cup. And we had the opportunity of going to Quebec City to see a World Cup in action, and it was an absolutely fascinating experience. I can ski, but I've never witnessed a race. And so as a person that's never seen it, I was there cheering for people I've never even heard of in my life, like just screaming out for them. That's how amazing it was. And if some of you don't know, a cowbell is a really big thing in cross-country skiing. You ring the cowbell. So your very own Commissioner Vital was so good at ringing the cowbell that I got deemed the cowbell queen. Didn't I, Superintendent Bangora? It was absolutely amazing. They loved my cowbell ringing. It was super loud. But I'm so excited about this. I'm so happy that Mayor Ryback and his wife Megan gave us the opportunity. Superintendent Bangora and I visited some of their wonderful parks. We just walked around for 4 or 5 hours, visited some parks, visited some sites. We definitely have the #1 parks in the country. They had some pretty cool castles, but we have them beat on the parks, for sure. Again, I think we're gonna have a wonderful event. A lot of the professional skiers are excited to come to Minneapolis. Some of them have never heard of Minneapolis. They're afraid if we're gonna have snow or not, but if you mention Prince, they know what Minneapolis is. So we're super excited. We're gonna make it a 3-day event. It's only gonna be, so to kind of give you some context, it's only gonna be one stop in this large race. So there's gonna be one stop at Theo Worth Park in the race, but we're gonna make it a 3-day family fun event. We're gonna have what they call the spandex race, where there's kind of like parks, maybe President Bourne's gonna put on the spandex bodysuit and the skis and race. Maybe Commissioner French will. See, there's the hand. But that is like one of the fun activities. There's a junior race. There's all these really fun music concerts. So I'm really looking forward to it. We were told there's going to be 14 million viewers watching our city on TV. So this is an amazing way for us to show our city off. And again, it was a great opportunity. Want to thank Mayor Ryback, the Lopez Foundation, the Parks Foundation for offering us that wonderful gesture to go visit and see how things operate.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, President Bourne. I have nothing to say. Then thank Representative Karen Clark, who came with me today to advocate the omnibus bill that I missed yesterday yesterday morning, the hearing. My only job that I had, according to the council, was to bring Representative Karen Clark, and I did this today. So we went out and advocated the bill. It looks like the chair is excited, and he will support the Learn to Earn, which will include another 250 youth employees to be employed in our city. So I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. I just want to, I want to echo what Commissioner French and Commissioner Vice President Hassan have talked about with our hearing yesterday. There is, and I want to give a special thanks to Representative Mahmoud Noor, who has been a real champion for us in getting this hearing. Folks, remember this is, I think it's from our previous year's asks, like a quadruple ask for an allocation. We have a hearing and we have a lot of interest. And this, if we achieve this, this is a very significant victory in this board's campaign for youth and making sure that folks have pathways into living wage jobs. And so I want to thank all of our allies at the Capitol that have been working on this. Special thanks to Commissioner French for taking time to testify, and Commissioner Vice President Hassan for getting Karen Clark out, and Commissioner Meyer for helping just oversee and orchestrate all of the work that the IGR committee is doing and making sure that that's a priority moving forward. So a couple of things. Commissioner Forney mentioned the Board of Estimate and Taxation. I'm proud of the unanimous vote there. There will be an interim period where the BET will continue to lean on their finance officer and treasurer Mark Ruff and Director Wiseman while we are filling that position. Superintendent Bangor and I have had just meeting after meeting after meeting with stakeholders, but just to highlight a couple, we have met a few times now with and Commissioner Cogill with leadership at the City of Minneapolis, Green Minneapolis, the MSFA, and the Minnesota Vikings. There will be a resolution coming to us in the days ahead that will comply with Judge Peterson's order to hand the commons over the operations back to the Minneapolis Park Board, and then working with Green Minneapolis on a bridge agreement to make sure that there is that our park users are not disrupted. Just want to thank folks for the emails and phone calls about the Southwest Master Plan, Minnehaha Creek, and the proposed ordinance change that we're having our first reading of this evening. And then I just wanted to give a special thanks also to the Minneapolis Foundation for the gift that enabled our members of the host committee to travel to Quebec City to observe the World Cup. It is a pretty phenomenal global event. Some of the things that we observed is some of the unique opportunities and challenges that we will have. The entire event, all of the hotels and very much everything was, you walked outside of your door and the World Cup was right there. So that is some of the things that we'll need to work on as a host committee in the days ahead is how to showcase the entire city of Minneapolis and our entire park system. And I'm not seeing a way that can be done without a significant partnership with the Minneapolis Park Board. And so we're appreciative to be included on the front end of that. And thanks to Commissioner Vitoff for being on the host committee for months and starting to look at those issues ahead of time and then just reaffirming those when we were in Quebec. So I did receive a note from Secretary Ringgold that there is an item that was requested to come up from the Admin and Finance Committee, Resolution 2019-154. So I will be suspending the full board right now. Recessing the full board right now. And then when we come back, we will need to suspend the rules to amend our agenda to include 2019-154. So the full board stands in recess.
I'd like to call the Planning Committee to order. Would the Secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner Vita. Here. Vice Chair Cogill.
Here.
Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. There's no minutes to the meeting, so we will move to the action items. If somebody would move resolution.
I'll move resolution 2019-151, a resolution granting an amendment to the temporary construction easement and a permanent easement held by the state of Minnesota acting for benefit of the Minnesota Veterans Home, Minneapolis, for bridge purposes in Minnehaha Regional Park.
Is there any need for discussion or presentation?
Just have a, Commissioner Forney?
Yes.
I just have a question for staff on timing of that one. It was under, I was under the impression that there's some urgency to that as well. Is this fine to wait a cycle for the full board?
Welcome, Christine.
Good evening. President Bourne, Chair Forney, President Bourne, no, there is no urgency in this matter, so this can just be considered at committee and then forward at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any questions people have of this?
I don't have any questions. I do have a comment. Just wanted to say that I'm happy this is happening. I've had a number of people bring up some of the issues with the bridge there and all the different emergency access vehicles that are using it, so I'm glad to see this coming forward. I did just also want to note in the report, the pages were all upside down for it.
Yeah,
I had to lock my phone and turn it over. So hopefully we can get that fixed so that people don't have to do that.
Might get vertical or something, right? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That's moved. So we have a study item, and Kate Lamer is going to present about the Above the Falls Regional Park Master Plan update draft.
Thank you and good evening, Commissioners. I'll be presenting the Above the Falls draft master plan, which is out currently for the 45-day comment review. So as you know, typically when this is out for public comment, that we usually bring a study item. We're not expecting any action tonight, but wanted to kind of keep you up to date on what's happening out in the community. So I'm first going to introduce Bruce Chamberlain. He was the former Assistant Superintendent of Planning here when this draft master plan was started back in 2012, and also when the initial draft was completed in 2013, and he can kind of explain the process better than I can up until kind of the most recent action, particularly around the Upper Harbor Terminal.
Welcome, Bruce. Long time no see.
Yes, it's great to be here. Good to see you all. So master plans that we prepare for parks, that you prepare for parks, whether they're a neighborhood park or a regional park, are policy documents. So essentially they are a roadmap for future investments, whether those investments are for acquisition of property, program facilities, park development, or operations and maintenance. They're typically updated on a 15 to 20-year cycle, especially for regional park master plans. The last time this master plan was updated was actually the time that Above the Falls was created in 2000, which Meg is very familiar with. Commissioner Forney is very familiar with being part of that process early on. So the MPRB is one of 10 regional park implementing agencies within the Twin Cities area. Other examples are Three Rivers, City of Bloomington, City of St. Paul. There are a number of others as well, but the Minneapolis Park Board has the most robust system within any of the implementing agencies. So as I mentioned, the Above the Falls Regional Park was established in 2000, and the first master plan for the park was created at that time. It's the youngest of 7 regional parks within your system, and among a number of regional trails also that are part of that regional system. The Above the Falls area is within the Minneapolis Promise and Green Zones, both federal and city programs, which makes this a really unique and special location for a regional park within other activities that are happening with the city from an economic development and revitalization standpoint. So this park is really emblematic of MPRB's values and continual learning in racial equity and inclusion, environmental justice, Mississippi River ecology, as well as the role of parks in neighborhood gentrification, which is an emerging issue that all of us are really working hard to understand and understand the role of parks within. The Above the Falls touches a number of neighborhoods in both North Minneapolis and Northeast Minneapolis. It's in close proximity to pockets of poverty and significant health disparities within the city and the region. And it will introduce access to the river and green space in part of the city where access has been lacking historically. Some of those access points have already been created, but many, many more are on the horizon within this park. It's roughly 372 acres in size. Most of that is river surface, and about 140 acres of that is upland. It's characterized by prairie river geology, flat waters as opposed to other parts of the river. Industrial past is a big part of the work that the Park Board is doing in transition over time. And then it also is in kind of a major land use transition period, which allows for property, especially riverfront property, to be acquired for parkland and parkland to be developed. Acquisition of the parkland within the park is ongoing. About 45% is MPRB owned, about 19% public non-MPRB, which includes UHT, Upper Harbor Terminal, and about 36% privately held in holdings. And as you know, over the last decade, the Park Board has made substantial strides in acquisition of many properties along the river corridor. The plan update began, as Kate mentioned, in 2012, but was paused in 2013 because of the uncertainty about where the boundary of the park would be within the Upper Harbor Terminal. So it's been on hold that long. A lot of community engagement has happened, but the plan is rooted in community engagement from River First planning process as well as Upper Harbor Terminal planning. And the Upper Harbor Terminal park boundary was recently determined, which triggers the master plan completion and opening of a 45-day comment period for the park. Several parks within Above the Falls are developed. Most of those are on the northeast side of the river, although Ole Olson is on the west side. And park development continues. So a number of projects are on the horizon, including the 26th Avenue North Overlook, which the Parks Foundation and MPRB are collaborating on. The Sheridan Playground, which is close to development, Graco Park, as well as the large one of this bunch, which is Upper Harbor Terminal. Which brings me to Kate, and she's going to talk more about the process with UHT. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
So as Bruce had mentioned, what's really caused this plan to kind of move forward from its draft status in 2013 was the recent activity on the Upper Harbor Terminal to determine a redevelopment plan, and at this point for the Park Board to determine a boundary. So the Upper Harbor Terminal is a significant piece of this larger puzzle, and of the 48 acres, right now that boundary for the regional park includes an additional 19.5 acres for the park system. So this is almost a mile of riverfront, and it's an opportunity for park and development to work together, given the fact that the city owns the adjacent development land, and so these two concepts can be developed as one. So the parkland at the Upper Harbor Terminal will certainly include things that are in our linear green spaces, so like the parkway, trails, bicycle and vehicle connections, and pedestrian connections. And then we have some larger areas carved out where we can develop kind of more destination park features for this. That concept process for designing the park is about to start. We expect it kicking off in probably late May or sometime early summer. So having this boundary means that we can move our Above the Falls master plan forward and submit it to Met Council pending Park Board approval. It means that we can stay a part of the city-run redevelopment process and be an active voice as this project continues. We know that the current concept will evolve. It is possible that this evolution may influence the currently proposed park boundary, and we are prepared to work with the larger team if we need to take another look at that boundary. And that is basically the case for any boundary for the within the Above the Falls. So this would refresh our commitment to this area. Passing the plan has larger implications for updating our vision and our boundary for the entire area and all of the parks that are planned for this. And it will certainly set the course for the next 15 years of improvement. Some of the key considerations for this are that the process is fairly slow here. We know that riverfront projects first need to be acquired in many cases and are fairly arduous to redevelop, given oftentimes the situations with soils and utilities and other things that have collected on the upper riverfront. So we expect to make continuous progress, but it is sometimes fairly slow progress. So one of the things that you'll notice when you look at this map and you see the red boundary for the Above the Falls area is that the Above the Falls Park is really still largely surrounded by large tracts of industrial land. And we believe that the success of this park is highly dependent on what happens on that land around the park, particularly if you consider the idea that success really means providing this park to the existing residents who have not benefited from access to the river and access to green space. We know that there are a lot of concerns about gentrification and displacement that could potentially worsen disparities rather than have the intended effect of addressing them. So we believe that there are limits to what we can do within our park boundary, and the best way to address this is for us to work with a larger team to take a broader look at the entire area. We're not the right agency to lead this team, but we wanted to put out there that we are ready to participate in this look with the other government agencies who are. And so that is the end of the presentation. The public comment period closes fairly soon. Once we tabulate the comments, we'll bring them back to you. We anticipate a public hearing in May, most likely. Thank you.
Any questions? Anybody? Yay. Commissioner Colville.
Thank you. Kate, you mentioned that MPRB is not the right agency to lead this. Could you just elaborate a little bit about main reasons for that, or Bruce?
Commissioner Kogel, so as we can really only control what happens largely within the boundary of our park, and the adjacent land and the concerns about gentrification inevitably might be impacted by what we do within our park but are not on our land, then the leaders would likely need to be the city and the county.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes.
I just had a question for either Kate or Bruce. Are both of you familiar with this cityscape proposal?
Council Rice, I know that City of Skate is working with the Park Board on initiatives, but specifically, I don't know.
My question was, is their proposal, would that be compatible with this site? Is there enough acreage? Would it fit within the plan?
Councilmember Rice, are you talking
No,
specifically?
I'm not a council member. I'm not.
I mean, sorry. Are you talking specifically at the Upper Harbor Terminal or
Yes.
somewhere within?
Yeah.
So we don't have like a very specific proposal from City of Skate. I know that there has been interest in turning one of the domes possibly or having a larger indoor area. So we've had communications on kind of, what they're interested in and everything, but we haven't gotten to that kind of a detailed
So
level.
the reason I ask, Madam Chair, is that I know this is on the Park Board's legislative agenda, Upper Harbor Terminal, and that's moving ahead. I also know that the City of Skate has a proposal. They met with the governor's office, and I think Frankie Johnson was there. And it's a fairly extensive proposal. I'm wondering if the two are compatible with the land that's been laid out, and if it's, if that becomes like a possible destination for this park.
I don't think we are familiar enough with the proposal
Okay.
to be able to answer right now, but we can find out.
Commissioner Colville, do you?
I don't have it.
Nobody else? Okay. Well, as Bruce indicated, I'm very, very excited that we are moving forward, and we have Bruce to thank for this. We came to a roadblock, I don't know what word to use and everything, and it was Bruce's suggestion that the city and the park board put out a proposal for developers, and that's what has resulted in us finally being able to move forward. I'm excited that on the next committee agenda, that there's going to be some shoreline and island restoration. There's just so much that's happening here. And so to me, this is marvelous that we can be moving forward. I love it. What, 36% is private? I think that you framed it well. You know, what happens and how that happens with that private land is something, and I'm grateful for all the partners that we've had in this, the foundation, Trust for Public Land. I mean, I can't even, I don't even know all the people who are out there helping us, you know, making this accessible to all of our residents. It's whatever. Excuse me, I'm getting choked up. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We're adjourned.
Yes. Okay. Time being 7:33, I would like to call to order the Park Police Governance, Operations, and Oversight Committee. Will the Secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner Musich,
Present.
Commissioner Cogill,
Present.
Vice President Hassan,
Here.
Chair Vita.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I would take a motion to approve the agenda.
So,
All in favor?
aye.
Any abstentions? A motion to approve the minutes.
I'll move the minutes of Wednesday, February 20th, 2018.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No abstentions? So we have one study item, and I'd like to call up Chief Fajardo, please.
Chair Vita, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Back in early March, I received a text from Chair Vita, and it was a photo of her in frozen Bidet Makaska. And she, along with, I think, several other commissioners, Commissioner Cogill, Forney, Musich, participated in the polar plunge. And after that event, Chair Vita, you asked if you could have a presentation around Polar Plunge Special Olympics and the very special partnership that law enforcement has had with Special Olympics for many years. So at this time, I'd like to invite up Park Police Sergeant Rick Dahl. Sergeant Dahl, who is a longtime Park Police officer, is also a longtime volunteer with Special Olympics Minnesota. So Sergeant Dahl.
Thank you, Chief, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I want to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about law enforcement's involvement in Special Olympics and how that happened. So the beginning started back in the early 80s with Wichita, Kansas Chief of Police Richard Lemunion, who started the law enforcement torch run movement back then. He met with the founder of Special Olympics, Eunice Kennedy Shriver, and this movement started. And the mission of the law enforcement torch run is to raise awareness and funds for Special Olympics. I brought a couple of my friends from Special Olympics Minnesota here that I'll introduce in just a moment, and they can speak a little bit more about the impact that our work is having. So, Special Olympics Minnesota, our torch run in Minnesota started in about 1985, and then the involvement of the Minneapolis Park Police within the law enforcement torch run in Minnesota probably started about 15 to 18 years ago. I've been involved for about, I think, 14 or 15 of those years. Our big involvement is the polar plunge that many of you have participated in, and appreciate your support out there. I did warm it up for you this year. I told you I put a cup of hot water in there, and I hope that helped a little bit. It's been a tough year with the weather. So Our polar plunge is in Minnesota. There's like 22, 23 annually, and those events raise a significant amount of money for Special Olympics Minnesota. And that has made the law enforcement torch run program, Minnesota's law enforcement torch run program, one of the top 5 programs in the world for the last several years. And we're very proud of the work that we've done there. And that is gross funds raised for the local program. So that's how we got to that number. And Chief Ohado alluded to some folks jumping into the lake, and Commissioner Vita, this is one of those photos that we wanted to share. It is real. I think that's joy.
Yeah,
and there's just several photos that we'll go through here that show the involvement of the polar plunge out at Calhoun. We've been there for 13 years. This was our 13th season out at Calhoun. We started out with about 250 participants in year 1. I think we raised about $50,000 that year, which we were very happy about. This year we had very close to 5,000 participants over the course of 2 days, and we raised, I think, about $1.6 million. So
awesome.
Very nice increase, and this was a record year for us all the way around, even though we had to fight with snow and cold, and it seemed like it snowed 6 inches every other day when we removed snow. So it was a frustrating year, to say the least, with Mother Nature. I'd like to introduce President of Special Olympics Minnesota, Dave Dorn, and Vice President Bill Fish, and I'd like them to, Dave, if you'll come up and say a few words about how the work that we do helps Special Olympics.
Sure. Well, first of all, Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you very much for having us here, and also for jumping. I mean, it's, as you got to witness it firsthand. As Sergeant Dahl talked about, this is one of our largest fundraisers. Special Olympics is a movement that's been around for a really long time. In fact, we just celebrated our 50th anniversary last year from the founding in Eunice Kennedy Shriver's backyard. And now we're in 172 countries, over 5 million athletes. And if you were watching it all last week, our athletes, there were athletes here from Minnesota and many other athletes from all around the world featured in the World Games that were held in Abu Dhabi, and it was on ESPN live. So we've really come a long, long way. And here in Minnesota, our biggest challenge, though, is people still don't realize what Special Olympics is all about. Most people think we're a track and field event for kids. And really, it is so much more. While we've celebrated 50 years, the next 50 years are really what it's all about, and that's about inclusion. And it's about our school programs, and it's about kids with and without disabilities playing together on the same field and participating in unified clubs. And we're getting into more and more schools, and we would never be able to do this or be where we are today if it weren't for the partnership that we have with the Minneapolis Park and Rec and the Minneapolis Park Police, because this one event raises a significant part of our budget. As Rick talked about, the $1.5 million, that's getting close to 30% of our annual budget. And what this really helps us with is not only the dollars, but the awareness, because as you see the different pictures there and you see the Minneapolis skyline in the background, this setting shows that Special Olympics is in our state. It's in Minnesota. They recognize this as obviously, you know, a showpiece for our state, but also what this does then is it brings all the corporate partners that want to come down. They want to be a part of this. The media coverage that we get for this is tremendous. All 4 local channels were at the site over the 2 days. For those of you that weren't there, the day, it's a 2-day event now, and on Friday we have 1,000 school kids that come in, all with and without disabilities, that are bussed in, and they participate in the plunge, but also in educational activities that teach them about what's going on in the unified movement. Then later that day we have a corporate hour where 1,000 corporate people, so companies come down with their corporate teams and they plunge, and there's food and what have you, and then we have a big firework display that evening. The next day is a 5K, 500 runners that participate. Those that maybe aren't as brave as you all, who are afraid to jump in, do the run. But then you have another general public plunge for the rest of the day, where a couple 2,000-3,000 people plunge. So not only are we getting thousands of people to participate, but thousands of people come passing through that area, and the visibility that we get and the awareness around Special Olympics is just as important as the money that's raised. And then you add on the media on top of that. Hundreds of thousands of people are seeing that Special Olympics exists in the state, it's in your community. And so this site, this partnership, well, you know, the Park Police is smaller compared to some of the other agencies that we deal with. It is the mightiest when it comes to what we are delivering to this movement and to really the thousands of people that are impacted by this because of the funds that go out and help fund all the area programs throughout the state of Minnesota that help fund the teams and scholarships so they can come to state competitions because they might not have the funds to hire a bus or buy new uniforms. And so we're really excited about where we're going, and we wouldn't be there without the partnership with you all, with the Parks and Rec staff, and with the Park Police. And we really, really appreciate what's going on there. One of the things in the school, too, is here locally in the school, so the Unified School Movement is growing. We have a pilot in the Minneapolis schools where we're doing unified physical education. We also have a invitational coming. Here you see on the screen there, we're in 6 different schools for there, the Unified Invitationals with 26 Minneapolis schools, a unified track and field event at the elementary school level, which is really fun. 20 different schools, and then we're piloting a unified basketball league with 8 schools. The overall school reach is 46 schools with more than 4,000 students touched by this. And this is an area, our urban initiative is really a big push for us. And so all of this activity around the plunge and around that particular site is giving us, for sure, the funds to keep growing, but also the visibility so we get more and more people that realize Special Olympics is not just a track and field event. It is for everybody, and it's in every community. So, you know, I can't thank you enough. It is tremendous. Bill, do you want to just add a couple?
Yeah,
of things?
just a couple of things. Again, a thank you to those that braved the elements and jumped in. Hopefully, we get all of you guys next year. That would be wonderful. And then a heartfelt thank also to Chief Ahado for his leadership and allowing his team to be a part of this incredible movement as well. I think Dave touched on most everything that I would have. The difference that this event makes for Special Olympics Minnesota is incredibly tremendous. And so you guys can all feel that you're making a difference in the lives of our athletes and our movement, and really at the end of the day, bringing people together. So that's just pretty incredible. The other thing I would want to touch on also, you know, just kind of going back to the Minneapolis Polar Plunge, what we've tried to do is really find an event that had a fit for everybody. So Dave touched on our Cool School event where, again, we've got students from, you know, being bused from all over the Minneapolis area to come out and participate. It's more than just jumping in cold water, though. It's a day event for them, and they're just doing an awful lot of different activities and learning things about Special Olympics and the partnership and how they can engage and be a part of that at their school. Also, you know, the other things that we probably should touch on, what this has also brought to the table for us is partnerships with the pro sports teams that come out and participate with current athletes, as well as former athletes and coaches. We've had both, R.T. Ryback has plunged, Mayor Fry has plunged. So we get a lot of everybody that comes out and just embraces cold weather, middle of winter in Minnesota. And that's the beauty of this. We're just trying to create a fun environment so that everybody can just have a great time, embrace it all, and be a part of something really spectacular, and that's what we've tried to accomplish. And so, again, I would just say a huge thank you to all of you that have been a part of this, and we hope to just continue to grow this and see how far this can go. Lastly, I would say in I think it's like the middle of May, there's a feature story by ESPN that will showcase our Minneapolis Polar Plunge event. So we're really excited about that. Sergeant Dahl will be a part of that. He's been interviewed as well as many others. So we'll get you the information on that. But thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Commissioner French?
I would like to say thank you guys. I as somebody who has coached kids with disabilities for over 15 years. It's the most fun thing I've ever done in my life is to work with that particular population of kids. And they build friendships for life. For life. And I know there's been some attacks on the national level to Special Olympic funding. So I'm really glad that the park board can do whatever we can do, whatever resources that we have to help this. Because I know this is a population that doesn't get thought about a lot. So let's keep thinking about it, and thank you guys for everything that you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Musich, followed by President Board.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I'm so glad that you guys brought up the Special Olympics World Games that are going on. I had not realized that there was a World Games component to the Special Olympics competitive field, and so I was very excited to see that Humans of New York is there this year, and they're covering that event, and they're interviewing families and athletes and their support networks, and it's just beautiful to see people talking about how much the Special Olympics has really changed their lives and helped them feel more integrated into the community and welcomed and successful. And it was really a lot of fun to be able to help support that mission this year with my fellow park board colleagues that plunged with us and fundraised, and I hope that we can do better next year. We knocked our goals out of the park, so I think there's a potential for that, but it was a really beautiful experience, and I thank you for including us in that. Yeah.
President Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I just want to extend our gratitude too. I mean, this is one of my favorite events that we help support. I just told Chief Ohado some conditions under which I would jump, that I would take the plunge next year. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm also just incredibly proud of the staff leadership on this too, and we have across departments and across divisions. It's something that all of our staff look forward to, but in particular, our Park Police Department really takes a leadership role in it. And as we have all these discussions, it's just an incredible example of the good work that our department does do, and really just making it a better event year after year after year is also very impressive too. It's like any of our big signature events, it's one that and that's in my district that I get emails and notes about afterwards, about cleaning up afterwards. It's one of the few events, if not the only event, that I'm really happy to clean up afterwards. And I mean, try not to make a big mess, but it's just an incredible partnership that we have. And thank you for continuing to make it better and bigger every year, and helping to raise more funds with it every year. So thank you all for your work.
Thank you. President Bourne. Commissioner Forney.
I too want to say thank you. What you have created is a real sense of community, and you definitely feel it. I mean, you feel a little bit of insanity, but the experience of just there's warmth. I mean, it's a crazy thing to say here. You're in the middle of winter, but it is that community warmth, and I thank you, Rick. You're a class act. Thank you so much. And that cup, it really did help. I really appreciate it.
I could put 2 cups in if it helps anybody else jump next year.
or just a few shots. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I want to thank you all for coming to present today. I thought it would be great to hear you just give us a little background, especially since you, Sergeant Dole, told us that this was the best year for fundraising. You know, what better time than to present to the board on the great partnership and collaboration of the Polar Plunge. I never thought in my life that I would be jumping in frozen water. It's pretty insane. But you get that gigantic hair dryer after that, makes you kind of forget how cold you are. And because I've done it 2 years, I've had 2 completely different experiences, and I was more prepared for this year. But the water was so cold that I'm like, I don't know if I should do this again.
Oh, no.
But Commissioner Forney has made it like a thing now, and we've gotten Vice President Hassan to agree to do it with us next year already.
You can take a mess.
Al just said he's doing it, but I'm not buying it. He was doing it this year, and he called in sick. No. I don't know, but it's a wonderful partnership. My favorite part of the event is, of course, not jumping in the frozen water, but sharing time with the athletes. The athletes are just absolutely wonderful, and even when you're afraid to do it, when you see how pumped up they are about it, and when you're like in the dressing room and there's athletes in there saying, I'm doing this for the first time in my life, and you know, they're just so excited. There's no way you can turn around and go back, you know, to the warmth. You jump in because you feel so inspired by all the athletes there jumping with you and how they are excited about the acceptance and just doing what everyone else is doing, right? Like, we're all frozen in the water, no matter what crazy costume we're wearing. I mean, it's just, we're all equals, right? We're just all jumping in the water like insane people and freezing for 15 seconds or whatever it is. And so this year was even better than the first year because my fellow commissioners practiced. Some of them practiced their jumps because the mayor upstaged us last year. I am not able to practice. It's a one-time thing for me every year. I will only jump on the day of, and I'm proud to jump as long as my body is able to for this special cause. And Sergeant, you are absolutely wonderful. You are beloved in that setting. Those athletes look up to you. They love you. They love that you care about them. You know them all by first name. They all know you. It's like 100 athletes walking up to you, and they know, every single one of them know you by first name and can give us a story on how you've impacted their lives. So I really do really appreciate those relationships and being able to witness the great connections with our park police and just that entire event. So thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved. All those in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned. All right. I am going to have the secretary, the time being 7:54, I would like to call the order, the Administration and Finance Committee. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice President Hassan.
Here.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Here.
Chair Vita.
Here.
You have a quorum.
A motion to approve the agenda.
So move.
All those in favor? Any opposed? The agenda is approved. Approval of the minutes.
I will move to approve the minutes of Wednesday, March 6, 2019.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Minutes approved, and we have action items.
I will move Resolution 2019-153, a resolution approving an amendment to Chapter 9 of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Code of Ordinances by adding an Article 10, setting forth the names of parkways and park roads under the jurisdiction of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and requiring the superintendent to take certain actions.
So moved.
So I would like to offer an amendment to look at the, so just a little background. I think that we've just adopted a community, what am I trying to say?
Engagement policy.
A community engagement policy. Thank you, Commissioner Forney. And I just think that these steps that we're taking for this resolution is counter to our community engagement policy. So I would like to offer that we look at the City of Minneapolis policy around renaming and have, I want to have something that people can understand and be consistent with the policies that we have in our city for name changing. So my idea is that the city's policy and our policies align, and then people understand that they're the same and we're consistent.
So are you making that motion at this time?
Yes.
can I speak?
Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you. So I would like to hear a presentation from staff, if possible, regarding the current resolution that is on the floor before I could make a decision about that amendment. But since you've made the amendment, I don't know if we need to vote on that at this time.
Yes.
Or discussion.
Or discuss it.
There's already a motion on the
So
floor.
I suppose my discussion would be that I wouldn't want to make a decision on that amendment until I've heard a presentation from staff.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll remove the amendment and then we'll have the presentation. Michael, thank you.
Chair Vita, thank you. Commissioners, I'll try and make this brief. I will provide an overview, and I'm hopeful that Council Rice will be able to answer detailed questions about the framing of the ordinance. There are some things that I want to just do on kind of a perfunctory way so that we understand completely how we move through the process of creating or amending an ordinance. And I'll use this as the example. The first step in this is to have a review by the committee. For this resolution, that's what's happening tonight. There are 2 readings required before the full Board of Commissioners. So for this item, it would happen on April 3rd and on April 17th. There would also be a public hearing scheduled on April 3rd before the full board. Eventually, that, as with all of our actions, it runs forward to the mayor following the action by the full board. Some of the considerations that were noted in the background related to this, right now, our current ordinances do not provide for any naming of parkways or park roads. And as we enumerated the list, there's 40-some parkways or park roads in the system. In the research that Council Rice and his staff did, they noted a statute from the state that provides for naming of streets and roadways, but he noted that it doesn't directly apply to the MPRB, but it might provide us good guidance for how we do this. In the past, when there have been park names and associated roads, Commissioner Rice noted that those names would be established through a specific action of the board, not a general action like we're looking at tonight. And so then when we talk about this proposed amendment, it would add to Chapter 9 of the Code of Ordinances and Article 10 that would establishing and naming parkways and park roads. So what's important about this and relative to the sections that follow, including Section 9-302, which enumerates the 42 parkways and park roads, those would be established by this. This action tonight is not renaming any parkways. It just establishes the process by which the board would have that authority. The proposed amendment also indicates a certain range of actions that would be undertaken by the superintendent. And if I recall from discussions with Council Rice, these parallel what's directed to the Director of Public Works of the City of Minneapolis as kind of the custodian of street names in the city. And there's a few other things that would happen, and as important as we think about the process, an ordinance requires a 6 affirmative votes of the board to take action. I just reflected here the enumeration of the parkways and park roads. Already we've heard from people in the community that maybe some of these aren't there, so we're doing a little more research into the titles to make certain that we have this correct, because this would be the list if adopted for park roads and park names. To get it to the point about renaming, if this were adopted just as it was tonight, it would require an amendment to this portion of the ordinance, again using that same process that I articulated at the beginning, that would require a review by committee, a public hearing, 2 readings of the board, and 6 votes of the board. And some of the questions that I had since this came out also made us reflect on how we name parks themselves. That we have, the board has vested in its rules an ability to name parks and to rename parks or name parks through policy. And so it's possible that as we went through this process, if we were to change 9-303, that it would be replaced by a policy that would probably parallel, Chair Vita, some of the things that you might note from the city's ordinance, or craft it in a way that follows more directly our park naming ordinance. So that's the end of this, but I do want to make certain that people understand that this action on its own is not renaming any parkway. It takes the list of parkway names as they exist today, it codifies them, and I guess maybe I'll stop there and allow Council Rice to add in any details or allow you to ask questions.
All right, do I still have the floor, Commissioner? Oh, fantastic. Council Rice, do you have anything to add at this time?
As usual, my co-counsel, Mr. Schroeder, did an excellent job of summarizing the legal framework. Yeah, interestingly enough, in the 130-year history of the board, we've named park roads and parkways have been named. The charter, I believe, gives that authority to the board. So as there was an inquiry made, Ms. Mosley, who's here, I had her do some research. We looked into it. If we were a statutory city, which are non-home rule charter cities, they would have ordinances. So if this were a city council, say Golden Valley or Bloomington or Crystal, well, Crystal's I think a home rule charter city, Brooklyn Park, you'd have an ordinance. The ordinance would name streets. The thought occurred to me that a good place to start would be to refashion that ordinance, since that's kind of the best practices for municipal governments. Assemble, I was surprised, what did you say the number was up to, Mr. Schroeder, 40-some?
42, I think is.
And maybe counting, and maybe we need to subtract some. I think we've heard from some residents in Nicollet Island. We're going through that exercise to see if those streets are under our jurisdiction. Talk to the planning staff. Ms. Downey is here, has been working on this. Did some work, Mr. Johnson, Christine, Cynthia Anderson, to put this all in one place and start off. The draft ordinance that's before the committee tonight is a skeletal one. It just deals with like the basics, the names, the roles of the superintendent, the fact that under the charter it takes 6 votes to name any realty of the park board. So it's a charter requirement, but I think putting it in the ordinance is a good practice. So if somebody picks up and said, how do you go about doing this? This is the way you do it. Yeah, that's the skeleton of it. Again, it's an ordinance. I think it, as we've undertaken this year, comprehensive, you're going to hear from Ms. Mosley later about where your staff and she is at on the other ordinance revisions. That's another kind of work plan for the year. So does that answer your questions?
That is helpful. I have one or two follow-up questions. One is regarding the city process. I don't know if you can speak to that, but why there's a difference there, and I'm wondering if you could maybe enumerate those, or at least speak to why we wouldn't, or why we've determined to go this way as opposed to maybe doing the same thing the city does.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Cogill. I was scrambling to find this. I looked at this a month or so, or maybe more ago. The city does have a little bit of a different process. Obviously, they have a lot more streets. We have 42, I think. I don't even want to count the number of city streets and locations. They do that almost administratively through the Public Works Department. They do have a process that would involve the issue of changing a name or renaming parkways. So that's something, if the board wants to consider and get into it, could look at that. We also could do some comparative work to see what some of these statutory cities do. I thought my charge was really more to, as I said, draft the skeleton, the essentials of the ordinance. You're you're the body. If you want to give further direction, that's your prerogative.
And so the only guidance that we as a park board have outside of our own charter is the guidance of the state, which.
Well, it wouldn't be we're not required by the state statute. That only applies to statutory cities. You are, in essence, a home rule charter city, and you're bound by what the charter would say. The charter now gives you authority to name park assets, to acquire lands for park roads, parkways. You've done that. You've named that in the past. I think it's advisable to have an ordinance like this just to make it clear that here's how you name roads, or that these are the names of the roads.
Okay, so, but at this time, if I was to bring forward a resolution to rename a road, what would happen? Would that be called into legal question?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kogel, it could. We haven't renamed a road or named a road for 20-some years, I think. Doesn't happen that often.
Okay, and in the past, what was the process? Or do we not have that knowledge?
I believe the process was just the board took an action and named a road.
Okay. Great. That is helpful. The final question maybe that I have, and I don't know if anybody can answer this question, but should we so determine to rename one or many roads, do we have any sense of what kind of external costs might be implicated in that process, and if they are substantial?
Chair Vito, Commissioner Kogel, I don't think we've done that kind of research, in particular because this was brought forward to establish current parkways and park roads with their current names.
Great. Thank you. Those are the questions that I have.
If I could add,
yes.
I mean, because the question was raised, the city does have an ordinance, 436.10 to 436.80, I think, that talks about, it's a little bit different, but it's establishing and naming of streets, but that may provide some analogy.
Fantastic.
President Bourne?
Thank you, Chair Vita. I just want to ask a clarifying question because I got a little bit of conflicting, I heard something conflicting from Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and Council Rice, and I think as I read the charter, I think I'm leaning towards Council Rice's interpretation, unless I wasn't hearing a conflicting piece. So part of your presentation says the park board does not have the authority to name parkways. And as I read the charter, 3B under general powers gives the board the authority or power over public ways to pass through, over, or adjacent property that it owns or governs, including the power to open, improve, or vacate property. And then section F of that same part of the charter says the board may dedicate, buy, lease, or name or rename realty with at least 6 affirmative votes. So when I'm hearing those two things put together, there actually is clear current authority to name the realty that is XYZ Parkway. Am I understanding that correctly?
President Bourne, that's correct, but it doesn't exist in the ordinance, is what I understood.
Correct. So, and I think to Commissioner Kogel's point, right now a resolution could be put on the floor today with 6 votes to name anything we want, anything that this board wants. And so the purpose of this recommended ordinance, I think, actually puts a higher threshold. There is a process that we cannot bypass for amending ordinances. They require 3 what are in effect public hearings, the first of which is right now. And so it establishes the framework of that process. I think you've done a pretty good job of describing the difference between policy and ordinance. I think to Chair Vita, some of the things that you're discussing as a potential amendment might be better policy adoption than ordinance revision. Ordinances generally spell out powers and authority, where ordinances spell out processes. So I just wanted to make that clarification and just make it clear that I'm not in fact hearing two different things, and that's probably my own fault. So, thank you.
Commissioner Forney?
Thank you, Chair Vito. I guess the first question I need to do, how did this come up? How did this action come up?
I can answer that, Commissioner Vito. There has been a pretty robust internal and board discussion about naming policies. I mean, with Graco Park, other things. The issue of Parkway naming came up, and I did some research and thought this would be something the board should look at.
So at the same time, we are looking at our ordinances. So this is a separate track from us reviewing our ordinances.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Forney, yes. There are two different items here. Ms. Mosley has been working on what the board directed in the budget last year about removing obsolete ordinances, getting rid of discriminatory ordinances, and she's got a plan for that. But as we've put a little more focus on the ordinances, we've also looked at a number of naming policies. The board, I think, Secretary Ringel has had a draft policy that the board's looking at, and then this issue of parkways came up. And I think it makes sense for the board to weigh in on this. And
thank you for the clarification, because I don't know about everybody else, but I've been getting a ton of emails and phone calls and texts about what are we changing names? And so thank you for the clarification that what we are just trying to do is to, as you put it, codify what already is existing. So to me, that's a very, very important thing. I think, we got lost in it. I heard for a while that, well, we used to have 5 and now we're turning it to 6, but no, we've always had 6. I know, but whatever, some messaging got, confused out there. So I want at least the public to be very, very clear that all we're trying to do is create an ordinance. If we do want to change names, that's an entirely different thing than what this resolution is. Commissioner Vito started to speak to the fact that what is the process, what is the protocol of how we would move if we did change any of our realty. And I think that's a very important thing, because I think there's a lot of apprehension out there of, how is this impacting me, what's going on? I mean, to me, probably what's on everybody's mind is 3 parkways, or 3 roads, okay? West Calhoun, East Calhoun, and Calhoun, West Calhoun Boulevard. And that's some 500 property owners. So there's a lot of, angst of, what does this mean? Is this going to, bear, some cost to me? Being I'm a realtor, I've gotten a lot of phone calls about things like title issues, things about, how it might impact my mortgage, whatever. I mean, it's a lot of unknowns that are out there. So to me, process is very important, and being very clear about it. And I've been referred to, what the city process is, and it's very robust, it's very transparent, and it's very engaging. And that's the thing that, to me, in particular, we're talking about, I think, on a lot of people's mind, is those 3 roads. And I look at this as an opportunity to raise awareness of why, as Commissioner French indicated, why is it that we moved to change the name of a lake? And So I wanted to be very clear to people that they understand that, you know, my interest in this is to be transparent and to use this as an opportunity to engage the community in what we stand for. That we're not just going to be 6 people up here, or 9 people and with 6 votes or more, making some vote to change things. I would really, really, really like this to be an opportunity. And I think that if we can adopt or align ourselves with the city policy so that at least there is a broader understanding of how this happens, instead of one governmental agency, you have this particular type of way of doing things, another governmental agency having a different set, I think is incredibly confusing for residents and our constituents. So I would advocate for us to look at that policy or that protocol, I guess, or process that the city has, and I would hope that we can look at this as, if we ever do change the name, which we're not doing tonight, that we would have a very, very clear and transparent process to follow.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I would also like to say that I've gotten many emails, phone calls about this issue, and I've assured people that we weren't going to be voting on any name changes tonight. But what I am committed to is making sure that after adoption of an ordinance, that the policy that we put in place is that the community has time to weigh in on things. I think that we need to really have some policies and procedures put in place for name changing that offers that allows time for community members to weigh in, that allows time for us to look at some other cities or municipalities that have put these type of ordinances and policies in place. And I don't know if I needed to bring forward an amendment. All I know is that I want to make sure that we have policies and procedures in place that are transparent and people feel like they have the time to come and discuss with us at the park board their apprehension or their support for name changes. Commissioner Colgill.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I'll just kind of state fully my position on this. I think that I am in support of this resolution. I think that it is nothing more clear than having public meetings where we discuss the merits of the name change. I think if there is going to be any name change, and I also think that regarding East Calhoun and the parkways around the lake, there has been more than ample community engagement and discussion on that topic for years upon years. And I think that there are far more important uses of this board's time and resources than to discuss and protract that discussion. I think it is a very clear policy that is being codified right here, and looking at the city's policies and what authority they already have and the council has to make changes, I don't see a very big discrepancy between what we're proposing here and what is in our right as has been described by council. So I feel good about this after hearing from council and from Assistant Superintendent Schroeder.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Meyer, brief, please.
Yep, I'm not on this committee, so I couldn't make this amendment, but first I just wanted to confirm, did we confirm that Island Avenue East and West are not under the park board jurisdiction?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Meyer, it's a question that was directed to us from someone who I consider to be a fairly reliable source. But I would like the chance to have more. This will come back to the full board, and we'll have an answer for you next week when this is held in public hearing. We needed to dig deeper into the documents we have on file relative to title and on those 2 streets.
Okay, I will wait till next week to consider an amendment for that then.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of resolution 2019-153, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes.
I'll move Resolution 2019-154, resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit a grant for up to $250,000 to the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources Outdoor Recreation Grant Program to be used for the implementation of a skate park at Central Gym Park.
Any discussion?
Sorry.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Vita. We got an email when this meeting started from the City of Skate folks, just letting us know that they are very excited to see that we are applying for this grant. They're very hopeful that this will move out of committee this evening. They unfortunately could not send a representative, so I offered to just share that message with all of you, just to ensure that you're aware that City of Skate is helping us with this grant application, and they're very supportive of it. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-154, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
I will move Resolution 2019-155, a resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit a 2020 proposal to the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources, LCCMR, from the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund, ENRTF, for up to $2,750,000 for shoreline restoration, island habitat stabilization, and mussel reintroduction within Above the Falls Regional Park and North Mississippi Regional Park.
Discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-155, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries.
I'll move Resolution 2019-156, a resolution accepting a Hennepin County Environmental Response Fund grant award in the amount of $165,474 for cleanup of contaminated soils in Curry Park.
Any discussion? All those in, I'm
I
sorry.
just have a question. I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Cogill.
I appreciate being acknowledged here. So how contaminated are the soils? What's going on?
Question.
Chair Vita, Commissioner Cogill. Most of our parks within the urban core here have some sort of contamination. So we completed a phase 1 and a phase 2 analysis. So we have some standard type of regulated fill, which would be imported fill that has debris in it that has to be dealt with. And then we have some diesel type organic contaminants that are in some of our soils. So in our environmental response and response action plan, as the construction happens, we'll be cleaning up those sites to meet MPCA levels and to keep the park safe as we can for the park users.
Thank you very much.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-156, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. And we have a study report item. Jennifer Ringo. The ordinance review project update and discussion.
Good evening, Commissioner Vita, Commissioners. It is my pleasure to be joined tonight by Alana Mosley. She's been working with me on this project. She's actually been doing all of the work of the project. She just sits down, talks with me, and takes it to the next step with her very able and capable abilities. So again, just a refresher before I hand it over for her to walk through the materials that you have and kind of the framework that we've been putting together, is that this is a project that's intended to be a first phase project. As you recall, we are looking at all of our ordinances, which you now have a complete list of in front of you. And in that list, you can see that we have started to identify different levels of risks with each of those ordinances. So what we have really been working on in this first phase are those things that are the highest risk, and she'll walk through that in a moment. This is also a great opportunity for us to be scoping for the future and be thinking about what phase 2 starts to focus on. In general, you can imagine some things are very easy because they are duplicative or not enforceable, things like that. And then there are things that we and the community will probably want to think a lot about. Things like how fast should you go on a bike trail? That will require significantly more effort than where we're at right now and would likely be a phase 2 type project. So with that little intro, I want to just reaffirm that this is phase 1. I'm excited for what she is going to be presenting. I look forward to your comments and thoughts as we move through this.
Thank you, Secretary Ringgold. Before you, you have the total of 387 ordinances which have been reviewed in this initial phase 1 step. The purpose, as stated previously, was to identify ordinances that pose greater risk or liability concerns. Specifically, we were looking for ordinances that are unenforceable, irrelevant based on societal changes, or inequitable to particular groups. Second, we looked at ordinances that are enforceable, but are problematic in their application or just antiquated. And those ordinances may require the board to reassess its policies. So as for the process, step 1 was my initial review. I just went over the ordinances and determined what's enforceable, what's perhaps irrelevant based on societal changes, or inequitable. Then there was an internal review with many staff here. Chief Ohado was involved, as well as Secretary Ringgold, Shane Stencil, Annie Olson. So quite a few people have weighed in, whether it's from looking at the criminal ordinances or looking at how it would be dealt with in permitting. The external review has been with the Minneapolis City Attorney's Office, who prosecutes our criminal ordinances, to be sure that we don't have any errors or inconsistencies. The categories that were created, high priority being the ones that are unenforceable, irrelevant, or inequitable, medium priority being ones that need modernization or need to be rethought based on perhaps wanting to reassess policy. Low priority, many probably need to be modernized, but if kept as they are, it wouldn't probably be that big of a deal. Through this process, we came to find out that there was a real opportunity to repeal a lot of ordinances that are already covered under state law. In other words, we could save money by not having to spend time and energy on modernizing ordinances and having to revisit them, say, in 10 years, because they're already dealt with by the state, and state law would supersede anyway. 26 ordinances have been identified as fully covered under state law, and those are also in your packet. The project timeline, we started in January, repeal and dealing with technical errors. We had maybe about 5 ordinances that had grammatical errors, so dealing with that probably likely in May. And then addressing the high and some of the medium priority, hopefully by September or October. And phase 2 will deal with the remainder of the medium priority. And perhaps some ordinances that perhaps the board is concerned about. Any questions?
Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, Chair Vita. I have a couple of questions. First being around levels of citation, and this might be more of a question for the chief, I'm not sure, but I'm wondering, for example, if one is cited for, I don't know, throwing missiles, what is the associated penalty, and is that stipulated by the park board or not, as opposed to moving a bench and a table? Or is that up to the determination of the police officer, or could you talk to me about that, or am I out of scope here?
Doesn't matter.
Chair Vita, Commissioner Cogill, almost all of the ordinances are considered misdemeanor level crimes. I believe there is a petty misdemeanor exception for the dog off leash ordinance. And there is an important distinction between petty misdemeanors and misdemeanors. Petty misdemeanors, although classified as offenses, carry no potential jail time, where misdemeanor level offenses do carry potential jail time. As far as ultimately what the penalty is for each ordinance violation, that's really established by the courts, not by the individual police officer. So police officers are required to cite for misdemeanor level offenses unless there is a certain criteria met by the violator that would trigger a booking into jail. That happens rarely now. Almost all of the time for misdemeanor level crimes, it's incumbent on the officer to issue a citation and release the person. And then in those petty misdemeanor cases, there is no potential for jail time.
Okay, and in both of those situations, petty misdemeanor, initially that citation goes on that person's record, is that correct?
So Commissioner Cogill, the idea of a record is an interesting discussion. Something does not go on to somebody's criminal history until they are adjudicated. So receiving a citation does not impact somebody's criminal history, although there is probably a record of a police report within the records management system.
Gotcha. Okay. And finally, on that subject, is it within the park board discretion to determine whether or not an ordinance is associated with a misdemeanor or petty misdemeanor or some other level of offense?
So Commissioner Cogill, I'm not a lawyer, but I believe so, yes.
Okay. So I guess my first piece of guidance would be that I would like to see a column that outlines that for each one of these ordinances, so we know if it is a misdemeanor, petty misdemeanor, or what level it is. That's the only question that I have.
Sorry, I don't know the order. President Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Vita. Just want to thank all the staff that have been working on this. I know it was a cross-jurisdictional group, and it's a fantastic start. And I know it's something that all of us have been working on, and I'm pretty excited right off the bat to see what is probably more than 20 recommendations for repealing of outdated ordinances. And that is just fantastic creative thinking on behalf of a lot of folks. There are a couple of things that I'd encourage, and this is actually like a fantastic document too, like just to kind of go through and highlight some of the interest areas that some of us might feel, well, wait a second, that might be something we want to visit. And I don't want to get into each single one of them, but I'm wondering if Chair Vita and our staff that are working on this, if they're sooner than later in the timeline, if there is another discussion item that we want to have in this committee, or to then create that opportunity if there are areas that might not be identified as high priority that commissioners would like to have this working group look at. And so I would just encourage that to come back sooner than later.
If I may say, my understanding was that we would handle that in phase 2.
Chair Vita, commissioners, so what I would recommend is that looking through them in considerable detail and then starting to flag the ones that you think might not have been triggered by some of our initial filters, but you think there might be something more embedded in it that we should be looking at. And what I will concur with is that some of those ones that are beyond the red and some of those key yellow ones or the medium ones, we would then prioritize those ones that you have the highest concerns with in that next phase.
Okay, I think maybe my clarifying question, because that does make sense. If there are pieces that board members think that board members believe that there's a high risk liability or concern that they would like addressed in phase one, and I think that there are things like boating and right of way on boats, and I think that there are a lot of things that and model airplanes and that kind of stuff. But if there are some things that commissioners would like included in phase one and want to make an argument for why they think that that's a high priority, what would be the best way to get that feedback? And maybe it's not a board discussion yet, but what would be the best way to get that feedback to this team?
So it's a good question. So how about we do this? How about in the near term, if you see something, you can just send an email to me and we'll log it into that conversation. We'll be back in May to do some corrections on typos, things like that. And I think that would be a great opportunity for us to bring a discussion time at that point for you to also be able to report out ones that you think don't know exactly what it is, but maybe we need to take a closer look at that so that we can still adjust our schedule and our time if we need be.
Thank you, and this is a fantastic document, and it's great work, so thank you for compiling all that. It must have been very riveting.
Thank you, President Warren. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Vito. I'm not on this committee, but I do appreciate being given an opportunity to ask some questions. I really like the idea of having a column that lets us know what is a misdemeanor, what's a petty misdemeanor. That I think will be incredibly helpful. It would also be great if when we get this many pieces of paper, if we could repeat the column headings on each page, because unfortunately that didn't happen, and so it can be a little confusing at what you're looking at sometimes. I would also love if we could print it double-sided, just to save paper if we're going to be printing things. And now that I have the housekeeping out of the way, I appreciate my colleague from the 6th District's suggestion that we bring things forward for addressing as high if we feel that they're not properly designated on the document. But I do also then wonder if we're going to start getting into issues of policy change and ordinance change based on a value set of this board and the community, that we make sure that we implement at the same time some sort of community engagement policy to ensure that we're properly noticing the public that, hey, we're working on this and we're thinking about changing things that were based on historical norms, and now we're trying to adapt them to modern day norms. So I would love to see something like that come forward if we are going to start talking about some of these more prickly issues, like changing the way that people use bike trails or have drones or things like that within the system.
Chair Vita, Commissioner Musich, let's see what comes forward. And on each one of them, we'll have to make a decision in terms of, is it something that is going to require community engagement or not? Per our community engagement policy, that would be a typical way of looking at it. Without knowing what will be identified and the extent of what it might be, I certainly can't speak yet about what those would look like, but that would be something that we would look at that and say, okay, which ones need engagement and which ones might be able to move forward with small modifications.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I feel a lot better about it now. I just worry we don't always do the best job about communicating things that are big sometimes, so I would love to see us be very thoughtful about that in this instance in particular. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I would also like to say thank you so much for this lovely document. It is going to help out a lot, and I couldn't have done this at all. I really appreciate that you've done the work and we getting through it, and I'm excited about all the phases, and hopefully we'll get a lot of this done. So thank you so very much. Thank you. Any further discussion? Thank you. So we have our next study item, financial management policy, PSA limit discussion, and Julie Wiseman. Thank you, Julie.
Good evening, Chair Vito and Commissioners. I'm here tonight to talk about a potential amendment to the financial management policies. I think over the course of this year, we've had a lot of conversation regarding alignment of our policies and procedures and our budget cycle and aligning those with the City of Minneapolis. As you know, by city charter, the City of Minneapolis Procurement Department is responsible for the final approval of the purchase of goods, services, construction for the City of Minneapolis, the Park Board, and the Municipal Building Commission. We also have state statute, uniform municipal contracting laws that govern the spending limits that are set. And in August of 2018, the state of Minnesota increased their municipal contracting law from $100,000 to $175,000 for the requirement of sealed bids. The City of Minneapolis took the opportunity in 2018 to go through and modify their ordinances regarding procurement for the City of Minneapolis to increase that maximum to $175,000. One of the reasons that they wanted to do that at this point was to increase the amount of dollars that would be filtered into the target market program. So to remind you, the target market program is the small business program that is actually helping the City of Minneapolis and the Park Board to diversify our spend. So since the implementation of the TMP through the end of 2017, that almost doubled the diversification of our spending because a higher percentage of small business are owned by people of color, women-owned businesses. And so it is impactful to diversifying our spending. And the city wants to improve on those percentages, and they felt if they raised it to $175,000 and put more money into that program, that would improve our percentages overall with the city. So if we would like to be consistent with the city and with the city ordinances, I would like to propose to bring forward to the board an increase of our financial management policies to that $175,000 limit. And I'm opening it up to the board for discussion and just to hear your feedback, see what potentially you would be supportive, or if you have concerns, what more additional information you might want me to provide in order for this action to potentially be successful when I bring it to you as an action item. So I'll open it up.
Commissioner Vogel.
Thank you, Commissioner Vito. You mentioned this. I'm wondering if you can go through it again. Explain to me how increasing the limit is beneficial to the target market program. Why can't target market businesses also win contracts that are over $100,000?
So Chair Vito and Commissioner Cogill, so if you consider corporations compared to small businesses, corporations have the ability, because of their size, to offer different, not discounts, but they have less administrative costs associated with the overall operation of their corporation than a small business would. Small businesses have more overheads. So when they go to bid, if they're bidding against a larger company, then especially for commodities and construction projects that are based on the lowest responsible bidder, that a lot of times they aren't successful. And so what the Target Market Program does is it allows small businesses to compete with other small businesses. So it makes the playing field more equitable. And it allows them to win those contracts, and the goal is to grow those small businesses so that they're no longer small businesses. And then they would go, and then they would be able to be more successful in the larger pool.
I see. So what proportion now of contracts under the limit are small businesses that are part of the Target Market Program? Like minority-owned businesses?
Can you say that one more time?
So what proportion of currently, what proportion of contracts that are awarded under the threshold are
awarded to
the Target Market?
Program? Yeah. I don't have that exact number.
Okay.
What I do have is I presented to you guys, to the board, to the board last year, an update on the Target Market Program, right. And I provided information as a whole on their spend, right. And our diverse spending was at 11%. Right. At that time overall. Right. We don't have 2018 numbers yet. Mm-hmm. I'm waiting for the city website to be updated with 2018 numbers for that.
And there's no stipulation on proportionality, or is that an illegal thing to do, to stipulate what proportion of those contracts go to Target Market Program participants?
So the Target Market Program, if it's under 175,000, mm-hmm. then it's considered an informal bidding process, right. Where everything over 175,000 is a required publication, sealed mm-hmm. bid, competitive process. So in an informal bidding process, you will have, if you have one Target Market Program vendor, or if you have 10 Target Market Program vendors, we will send that opportunity to that Target Market Program vendor and allow them to bid on those jobs. And then it's, it's the low bidder if it's commodity and construction, and it's depending on qualifications if it's a professional services agreement.
So it's still the low bidder even if it's under the threshold?
Correct, for commodities and for construction. Those type.
Okay, so there's still those hurdles, but.
Correct.
But it somewhat levels.
But they're competing against each other. So so it's small business, mm-hmm. so it's gender and race right. neutral. So we, when it's the lowest bidder, we're not selecting the company of right. color. We're selecting the low bidder, but right. the likelihood of that low bidder being is higher.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. I guess maybe I'll just state my thoughts. I think that this is probably a thoughtful way to go, and if it seems to me that it's clear that there's an improvement in our ability to get a diverser and to focus on smaller businesses and get a more diverse pool, I think that that is a positive.
Thank you. I had the same question Commissioner Colgill did, which makes me think that I need to learn more about the Target Market Program. Maybe that could be something for a future agenda. I'd certainly love to know more about what we could do to be supporting small businesses. When was the last time this was changed? It increased just recently, right? The threshold?
Chair Veto, Commissioner Meyer, the last time that I brought the financial management policies to the board was in February of 2017. And that's when the city moved from $50,000 as the limit up to $100,000 as the limit. and establish the target market program. So my financial management policies, they're a board-approved policy. We need to review them at least once every 3 years. That doesn't mean that there would be necessarily a change in them, but we review them at least once every 3 years. But I will bring them forward if a government GASB has changed, so government accounting policy has changed, or the city ordinance has changed, or a state statute has changed that impacts the financial management policies.
I guess I'm a little apprehensive about it just because we did, double the threshold just recently, and we did have one high-profile expenditure that people complained about last year that fell under that threshold. And we are, our budget is a lot smaller than the city council's, so I think it makes sense for us to be, able to spend more time reviewing, and I think, to me, 100,000 seemed like an appropriate threshold. But I do want to learn more about the target market program and the implications that might have.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. President Bourne?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Vita. Director Wiseman and I have had some conversations about some of the apprehensions that I have with it as well, and she's working on preparing some data on our historic percent of PSAs to budget over the years, and seeing if there will be, if there's a disproportionate growth in that when we do raise the limit. But to the target market piece, the part that I'm confused about with that is something can still go through target market, and if the board had a policy that all PSAs came to the board for approval, that wouldn't prohibit the ability to go through target market, and then just part of our approval process would be, this is the vendor that was selected through target market, there was a small business, and here's the recommendation for approval. So I'm having a hard time seeing the connection between the increased opportunities. I don't see where the relinquishment of oversight directly correlates to increased opportunities for small businesses. I see a world where those can both happen. Can you talk to that?
Sure. Chair Vito and President Bourne. First of all, I'll just say that we are connected with the city of Minneapolis through our financial system. So the processes that the city puts in place in that situation were included in the city's process. So there's steps that they have to take to keep us outside of their process if this board decides to be at a different limit than the city of Minneapolis. We can look through the financial management policies. I won't do that right at the moment, but in order to accomplish what you were just talking about, it would require an amendment to the financial management policies, because right now we have a section of our financial management policy that says we participate in the target market program up to $100,000. And we have another part of our financial management policy that says we require sealed bids for items that are over $100,000. So we would need to do a financial management policy change to say that we won't require the sealed bid process unless it's over 175. We will follow target market for, so you can do it, but you couldn't do it based on how the current financial management policy currently reads.
Thank you, Director Wiseman. The piece I'm still seeing where there might be a disconnect is if this board wanted to, for example, mirror the target market level that the city has. There's still a process where that would go through target market at $175,000 level. There would be an award suggested, that, I mean, it seems like we could still go through that exact same process and then get a recommendation that then just comes back to the board for approval. So I'm still just kind of seeing the disconnect between the relinquishment of oversight versus aligning with target market. And maybe that's more of a comment than it is a question. And if you can help me understand that offline, that would be helpful.
Sure.
I had one more thought and question. Would raising this threshold also contribute to kind of inflation in the bids that we are getting on projects? Like, if some consultant wants to get a certain kind of project, is that going to be changed, or are we stipulating beforehand, I suppose, a not to exceed amount?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Kogel, excuse me, could you repeat your question?
Will raising the limit to $5,000 from $100,000, will it potentially lead to inflation in terms of the bids that are being suggested for a project?
Of course.
So if you had a not to exceed limit of $100,000 and you had to keep a project under that amount, and now the limit's $175,000, is that a possibility within marketplaces of various kinds of contracting?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Kogel, if I look at this from either the bidding for construction or the responses to requests for proposal, there's still a competitive element in there. Even though we might set a threshold of even though this process might set a threshold of $175,000, we're not obligated to set our budget for design and planning services at $175,000. We may have many projects where we have that capacity or the interest to do that, but we would be doing it relative to the project, and then we would still have the competitive process for selection.
Okay, so that makes sense. So, but would you see on your end, and is one of the reasons to even think about this on your end, that you're going to get better bids on certain projects because you have more leeway or runway in terms of the...
Chair Vita, Commissioner Kogel, I wouldn't say that we're going to get better bids. One of the things, as I was listening to Director Weissman's presentation, I was hoping I would get a chance to speak to, because I think this is really important. For us, there's two things we look at. It's the cost of completing a project and the timeline according to which we get it done. And if you look at the work that Director Swenson's been doing just in the last couple of years through TMP, our ability to cut down on the backlog of park projects. When I started here in 2015, we were several years behind in our capital improvements. We have largely caught up on that. And it's in part because we found a way to engage consultants and contractors in a more efficient way and get a whole lot more work done. One of the most probably exemplary projects we can point to is the Michael P. Schmidt Operations Center, where every consultant, every contractor engaged in that project was a target market firm.
Great, that's very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Kogel. I like where we're headed with this, Director Weissman. I'm looking forward to your future presentation. I like the idea of supporting more small businesses. But I think, as Commissioner Meyer brought up, I would like, even if it's offline, presentation or some more information about the target market program. When you first said it, you kind of threw me off, because when I was in high school, that was like a tobacco prevention program. So I would like to have offline, whatever we need to do to just have a little bit more information.
Great.
Thank you. I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Reconvening the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park Board, I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of amending the agenda to include Resolution 2019-154.
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second on the suspension? There's a move and a second. All those in favor of suspension of the rules, the purposes of adding 2019-154, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion to suspend the rules carries. I would entertain a motion to amend the agenda to include resolution 2019-154.
So moved.
It's been moved, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, Chair Viton. Would you like to move resolution 20?
I'm looking for, I'm sorry, I'm trying to.
I moved it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
On amending the agenda.
We amended the agenda to include it. It now needs to be,
Voted on.
it now needs to be,
Voted on. You moved and seconded and we
Yep.
didn't vote.
You didn't need Latricia to do it. I mean, she could have.
we made a motion to suspend the agenda. I'm happy to be wrong on this, but we made a motion to suspend the agenda, or we made a motion to suspend the rules. Then we took a motion to amend the agenda. But now the item needs to,
My apology. President Warren, you haven't actually voted on the amendment. You had your first and second.
thank you. All of those in favor of, amending the agenda to include consideration of 2019-154, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the agenda is amended. Now, Chair, would you like to?
I would like to move resolution 2019-154, resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit a grant of up to $250,000 to the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources outdoor recreation grant program to be used for the implementation of the state park at Central Kent Park.
The motion has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, we are adjourned.
Really quick, the Support Our Parks poster is in back. It probably has some plastic on it, so Jono and I have to sign it now before anyone else participating better do it now, and so we can't hold it. Someone else is gonna have to hold it.
Really quick, I forgot if PCs, you and John can't.
I'm giving up time on doing it.
First, but I brought candy back from Canada.
No time on do all April.
Caramel.